Hello, hello, hello.
Boom.
Oh, yeah, we don't need this yet. Get here. Good evening, folks. If you can see us and you can hear us, please do let us know. We would really, really appreciate it.
This is going to be a fun one. Kind of looking forward to this for those of you out there who are Bretonnian fans, because this is where we're going to show one of the stark differences between, say, the Empire and Bretonnia. And you might be going, well, what are those stark differences? Are Bretonnians taller? Are they wearing more armor? Are their peasants more peasanty? And the answer to that is, yeah, sure, perhaps, but that's not what we're really going to be focusing on. One of the things we're really going to be focusing on is how Bretonnia has been, for all it has 2 army lists and an entire book dedicated to it over in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, much maligned when it comes to actually having detail. A wee while ago, I was asked on Ask Me Anything, dude, Andy, hi, can you go through each one of the Bretonnian kingdoms and give a stereotype? And I was like, 1, they're duchies, and 2, yeah, I suppose. And then my brain went, are you sure they're duchies and not dukedoms? Who cares? But my answer to it was pretty much, oh, if I do we want to dive into this? Do we not want to dive into it? And then I had a discussion with Sotek, and we thought we could maybe do some of the individual provinces, but there's not really enough to do an entire Lorebeards stream in one. So we thought, let's do a tier list to cover this all up. Because there's some really fun, interesting details about some of the places, but many of them, there's very little at all, and we have to basically draw out what these individual places are like because of their geographic location or what their geographies are like. Indeed, in some of the army lists, in fact, most of them, the geography and their founders get much more detail than who the actual people are themselves and what the stereotypes might be for coming from them. So you're going to find as we make our way through each one of these dukedoms, there's going to be a certain amount of, well, there's not a lot said about them, so, but we've got enough, I think, that we can get a good idea about how we're going to be tier ranking these as we make our way through. Because, yes, this is one of our tier streams. This is where you out there get to listen to us warble on about each one of the various dukedoms that you find in Bretonnia, and you're going to be able to say, well, I think this is a S, A, B, C, D rated dukedom and should be elevated or not so elevated according to your own personal preferences, because we won't be choosing which one is the best. You will.
Yeah, this one is going to be interesting because a lot of the time we get to use the roleplay game as more of like a supplementary thing to inform the discussion we're having. And then there's times like this stream where if you want to have any forms of a detailed discussion, you're almost purely relying on the roleplay game, which is not ideal, because the army books just don't really talk about them that much.
They don't. It's really fascinating how little the army books focus on what it's like to be in Bretonnia outside of the big picture, i.e. there's knights at the top, there's peasants, and that's about it. Let's not discuss it any further. As they go through each one of the various dukedoms, they'll often provide heraldic details. They might provide a character or 2 that comes from there. But beyond the heraldry and the characters, it's often nothing more than this place exists and it has a coast. Or this place exists and there's a spooky forest, or this place exists and there's some mountains. Where we fling over onto the roleplay book side, David Chart, when he was writing Knights of the Grail, pretty much almost had carte blanche to write whatever he wanted for each one of these areas because there was so little done. However, having said that, he had too much to cover in a really small space, so each one of the different dukedoms only really gets like 2 or 3 pages of any real detail, and most of that detail is just often repeating what has come elsewhere. This dukedom has got a river bounding to the north. It's got mountains to the east. There's greenskins there. There's a forest and beastmen come out of it. You're going to find that this is going to be a repeated motif as we make our way through the descriptions. And by that I mean there's a river, there's a forest, and that beastmen come out of it. And wherever there's mountains, orcs come. And you'll find that most of the descriptions of the duchies are almost limited to that. This is the chivalrous realm with a large mountain range to the south where greenskins come from. And then there's arable land where you can get peasants being peasants. They work there. Knights protect them. Next, Duchy, please. So when I am back and they asked me anything, said there's not a lot of detail. I wasn't exaggerating, but nevertheless, I think when you look at all of the attendant detail around it, as in what's said in, say, the Wood Elf Army list and the various stories there, what's said in the various novels, what's said about the various towns, we can pick up a pretty strong idea of what the characters of each one of those areas are. But a lot of this, and I do mean, unfortunately, too much of this, is going to be a certain amount of supposition based upon very basic descriptions.
F, thank you so much for becoming a member on the LAWhammer channel. Thank you very much for support on that. We really appreciate it. So, all right, let's go ahead and get into the super chats and stuff today, and then we'll start getting into it.
Before we go, how are we going to be handling the split for the votes? So which channel am I going to be sorting?
You have to do the
YouTube?
Yes, and I will deal with Twitch.
I'm on it. Cool, sounds good.
And I will also deal with, I guess I could deal with the Lorebeards YouTube as well.
Oh, yeah. I forget. When we're streaming out to multiple places, it always makes it a bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's fine. I got it. All right. So, if I can get to where I need to be here. There we go. Unseen Archives. Hello, hello. Hi, gents. Looking forward to the show as always. Future tier list idea. Major trade ports of the Warhammer world. Nice little world tour of lore. That'd be a fun one.
Yeah, that could be a really fun one on Unseen Archives, particularly because there are quite a number of really important ports, and each one of the primary, let's say, factions inside the Warhammer world have got their own core port. And sometimes they're not always what you expect. The core port for the Empire, for example, is Altdorf.
Yep.
Which is a choice, given that it is hundreds of miles upriver.
Yeah, that it's almost like that one would not be rated very well.
Yeah.
Vorn, we are on Twitch, but we're on the LAWhammer Twitch.
Yes, we are.
I am looking at it. It is working. I double checked. Avani DK, thank you for the 3 months of Prime sub, by the way. And Tech27, thank you for the 25 months of being subbed to the LAWhammer channel.
Holy heck, Stealth.
That's a long time. What's our favorite Bretonnian duchy? Well, that would be skewing the vote. we can't reveal such information this early.
Yeah, as we dive into them, I actually do have some favorite duchies, but I'm not going to call it out beforehand because it's kind of unfair on the ones that I don't think are as much fun or as well detailed as the others. So yeah, I do have preferences, just like we all do. Unlike many out there, I quite like Stirling, for example.
Huh. To think he used to have taste. Grim Isaac B, I feel like one of these days you guys should go back to some of the what ifs and see how they hold up by only reading the summary. So if we'd have to make a summary, or
that's what I was thinking. Do you want to write the summary, Grim Isaac?
Yeah, like if somebody wanted to do that and they had like one or two other people check their work to make sure that they're like, yes, we agree that this is everything that should be included in the summary. This could make a very fun stream that I would be super down to do. It just requires like someone else to do work. So like, if someone wants to do that, we would absolutely love to do that.
Yeah.
And don't worry, I'm not going to pull the teacher thing of like, well, since you suggested it, I assume you're volunteering. Hannibal, Nurgle to S tier. Wish Bretonnia had more werewolves. Werewolves, actually, so very random side
Brotherhood
tangent.
of the Werewolves.
Yeah, we're going to move on real quick. Of that, a lot of skin changers have a really interesting history in Warhammer, where they used to be all over the place, and then GW went through this phase where they, like, for some reason started to think they were kind of silly and didn't want to use them. So then they all kind of, like, got removed from the setting, and then they started to come back in the setting, and then the setting blew up.
Yeah, no wrong.
Like, because, like, they used to be all over the place, but then you have stuff like, oh, are there, like, people that are werecats? And some people would be like, werecats? That's ridiculous. It's like, well, no, there used to be werecats. There used to be were everything.
Yeah.
It was like there was a phase where Games Workshop got embarrassed by having certain fantasy elements in their fantasy setting. It was weird. The whole thing was weird. But Bretonnia should have more werewolves. I agree. Dublom, this is for me. How thanks. Well, we haven't. We wanted to just do a full week of Bretonnia. It just makes life easier.
This will be a fun one as well, I think.
Yep. Avani DK, second question. What, if any, are the social results of having your child taken by Morgiana? Is it an honor, a dishonor, just something that happens? Does it differ based on if you are a lord or a commoner, or even based on if it is the first magical baby or if there has been previous?
So, in general, we need to remember what lens we're seeing this through, and that's the lens of religion. So it's an honor. This is something that is a great blessing to your family. Obviously, individual families are going to respond to this honor in different ways. Some of them are going to respond very, very, very negatively. Some of them are going to respond with desperation, hoping that this isn't going to happen, and just holding on to that idea that it is an honor that their child is going to be sitting as a handmaiden or as a servant to the gods themselves. And that is something that is pretty powerful for those who are deep in their belief. For those who are very much wrapped up in the cult of the lady, the idea of their child going to the lady and serving the lady directly is something to be massively celebrated, and something that will bring, in some communities, proper celebration. There will be shouts and calls and whoops and cries, and there will be dancing round poles or whatever their local traditions are for this. So broadly speaking, it is an absolute honor. It is something to be celebrated, and it is a good thing. They're not being spirited away because they are mean, horrible, terrible people. They're being spirited away because they can help Bretonnia make it better. And they have got a future now. So even the lowest peasant has got a chance of becoming something later. And this is something that does happen sometimes, where some of the various damsels who have come from peasant stock return and say, look, I have come back, and this is all for the good. It's something to effectively promote, promote the cult of the Lady of the Lake within Bretonnia. So broadly, it's a good thing.
Yeah, so this is actually one of those things that I would very much criticize a lot of the Black Library and deeper roleplay writing of that. It should be an interesting balance of some people that are more devout and fanatical in their faith absolutely see as a good thing, to the point that I would see them even trying to almost fake having their children be in this circumstance because there's some sort of social benefit. But if you read a lot of the Black Library and roleplay books, they almost always treat it as a universally bad thing. Where there's all of these rituals and rites and things that people do to try and avoid it no matter what, or there's all this depth exploration of people switching out their babies or trading, there's no examination of the lore of people that see it as a good thing, which is weird. There should be people that see it as a good thing because people are weird and people are going to have
people are really weird. I mean, to be blunt, it's awful. You're losing your children. Let's be very clear about that. But in all aspects of religion, there's all sorts of terrible things that people will put up with because they believe it's for the best. And in this instance, they absolutely do believe it's for the best. So that being the case, the vast majority of them, regardless of how we think they should feel, would be much more accepting of it and looking forward to it than many might expect, particularly from modern eyes and modern readers looking at it going, well, this is fucking horrendous, which it is. This is unacceptable, so everything I'm going to write says this is unacceptable, which stands in stark comparison to the very nature of the education levels that they have, the deep nature of their religiosity. It's an interesting setup that I think probably needs a bit of a better examination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm broadly in agreement with it there, definitely.
Avani DK, missed your stream Sunday about Morgiana LaFace, so I got a few quick questions I did not get to ask. First question, has she ever been wrong about if a child has magical abilities, allowing a wizard to grow up in Bretonnia? So from all the lore we have, no.
Yeah. And I would suggest that in the vast majority of instances, this is the case. However, much like all absolutes in Warhammer, there are always examples where that won't be the case. So a really cool character who perhaps slip through, makes sense. Or a character who actually wasn't magically inclined, who somehow got through because of something else, makes sense. But broadly speaking, the answer to this is no.
I do agree with Andy, though. You could build a really cool story about a child that somehow hid its ability without meaning to, and all sorts of weirdness. Now, there are wizards that grow up in Bretonnia because they're, like, well hidden. She's not omnipotent. It is possible to hide a child from her, but it's not easy. Yeah. Magladrov, hi! Little off-topic question real quick. When the inevitable Nagash DLC comes, can CA use the Dread King and the Hand of Nagash? I really want them in Total War, but they come from Dark Omen, so not sure if possible.
Can they? Should they?
Yeah. Could they use them? Yeah, they probably could. I think. I'm not sure who would. I don't know who still owns the rights to Dark Omens. That might be like kind of a weird legal situation if the
Don't think it is. Pretty sure that's Games Workshop that owns the rights there. Don't quote me that as in 100%, but pretty sure that it is. So I'm pretty sure they can use them as they wish. However, the great question is, would they want to, when they'd almost certainly be in the position where they'd just be creating something new instead? Now, they could create something new and reference them, and perhaps add a little bit of a nice little nod to the older games, but I don't think they probably would.
Yeah, and I would be very surprised if I would say when, not if, Nagash comes to the game, Games Workshop isn't just like, oh, just use the 9 Mortarks we've already made.
Yeah, because that's what they tend to do.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, though. Donovan, on a previous stream, Andy said that Bretonnia's navy had been changed from an actual good navy to platforms for horses that charge ship. When was this changed? This is the first time I've heard of that lore change.
No, it's not strictly speaking changed. This is actually a reference to a conversation that was had during the release of Knights of the Grail. So we're now talking 20 years ago, where there was a discussion at Black Industries that went something along these lines. So we've got Knights of the Grail now. We've got that book is slowly but surely getting pinned down. What's it going to do about the old man of warships? Is it going to touch on them at all? To which the answer was, they don't exist. At all. There is no cannons in Bretonnia, so they don't exist anymore. To which the inevitable question was, well then, what the fuck is the Bretonnian Navy? And the answer quickly replied, well, if there's any nobles involved, they're on their horses, and these ships are mobile weapon platforms, and the weapons are the knights. Consider them more like long ships for the Norse. They're not ships that are going to be bristling with weapons that they're shooting at others. They just row up to the bad guys and jump onto their ships. They're basically vehicles for the knights and nothing more. Force multipliers. And I was like, right, are we going to write that anywhere? And the answer was, yeah, no, it sounds stupid. So at best, it got referenced inside any of the books that discuss Bretonnian Navy as the Bretonnian has a navy. Bretonnia has a navy. Yeah, it's got a navy. There's some merchants out there. They do stuff, but they never actually invalidated Man of War and said it doesn't exist. So it's not that it doesn't exist. It just never got written about anywhere with any depth at all.
Yeah, because I was going to say, when I was just growing up doing all my research about it and stuff, the only lore I could find actually written, the last comments about it were that there are ships that are run by not the nobles, and they have cannons on them, and they're really big, and they have tons of cannons, and they're guarded by Pegasus Knights. I was like, cool, that's awesome.
Yeah, and it's a mess. It just needs to have Bretonnia properly tackled top to toe, which still hasn't happened, even though the old world has already dived into its like first
navies?
Attempt.
What are navies?
Yeah, exactly, which is hilarious given just how many of their forces have to arrive by ship. So it's a bit borked, Dino Man.
Yeah, the new Dawn of the Storm Dragon actually spends a lot of time describing how the Navy of Grand Cathay works, which is awesome. Now, if they could just, do that for everyone. Bretonnia, give us because I think a lot of people would love for Bretonnia to have the big cannon ships guarded by knights flying around on like griffins. Or
they won't, because cannons. Bretonnians don't do cannons. They just don't anymore.
They do it. They do in my new Bretonnia book. I've got my exiled knights. I've got all sorts of
exiled knights don't count. They're exiles. We're talking about Bretonnia here.
I want rules lawyer Bretonnians that are like, as long as it's not a knight holding the gun, technically it's fine.
I mean, technically that's often how it works in various places, but it'd be really nice to see that actually occur, because we had the very thing that you described, which was basically the middle classes, a burgeoning middle class have got a bunch of cannons, and the nobles deal with it at a distance. You got to remember that not all of the nobles are thoroughly in the cult of the Lady of the Lake. Many of them are at best lay practitioners. So the idea of the strength that proper navy can bring not being deployed is a bit silly, but it's very much what the general ethos of Bretonnia wanted. So we weren't allowed to overwrite that. So yeah, it's an interesting place to be.
Avani, fourth, I like how these are like showing up not in the order you're posting them, but whatever. Fourth question: who are visited? Is it any new mother of Bretonnia or any new Bretonnian mother? By that it means, what if the ambassador of the empire has his wife with him and she gives birth? On the other hand, now that knights are explicitly mentioned to sometimes be women, what if they are on a crusade and get pregnant and give birth, for instance, in a Bretonnian colony in Araby? So
yeah, you want to go?
So I'll go ahead and go first of that. There are actually little bits and pieces around the lore that if a baby is born in Bretonnia, the Fey Enchantress just knows. She knows, and she will come. Now, interestingly, if you had a situation where you had like an ambassador, so someone that's not of Bretonnian descent, not a Bretonnian bloodline, this would probably be a little bit of a interesting situation of that. It would probably cause like a debate of
which is good.
Yeah. Like that would be
good story.
That would be scary for a lot of people involved because they wouldn't know what the Fey Enchantress is going to do, which would be exciting. Of like, oh my shit, like, is she going to come? If she does, like, my baby doesn't, like, we're just ambassadors. Like, should we go back? And the question being like, well, can you go back? No, she needs to check. Like, it could be a whole fucking thing. That's like a diplomatic incident waiting to pop off like a cannon, which would be fun.
Absolutely, and it's quite clear that she works through all of the sacred sites, the watery connecting points across Bretonnia that she uses to get from A to B. So I would suggest, from what we know, that if you've got a Grail Knight who is, for example, having a child down in, say, I don't know, Araby, then that child would not be visited. But when she came home, she would be.
Yeah,
and that would make for an interesting tale in exactly the same way that any child born in Bretonnia that's human is almost certainly to get a visit, regardless of their individual bloodline. And that's not going to go down at all well. It's going to cause proper religious schisms, as, for example, an ambassador from, say, Tilia or the Empire goes, "You're not having my child." And they're like, "You're wrong. We are." And that's good because conflict drives great stories.
Yeah, especially because the Fey Enchantress is not going to care about like your technicalities. She is above the law, literally.
Yeah.
Avani DK, fifth question. What about the non-humans living in Bretonnia? I would assume that any high elf enclave in Bretonnia would not accept that their children were taken away for having magical abilities. How about gnomes? The Fey Enchantress,
nope, not touched.
She only comes for humans. She does not come for anybody else. And there is probably a reason behind that, but the finer details are a bit of a mystery. I am suspicious now that I don't see.
Because you feel like you missed some, because I didn't see them either.
Yeah, because I didn't see the third question, so I'm gonna go hunting for that real quick. But
so why don't you carry on with the questions you have, and I'll go hunting backwards and see if I can spot it.
Okay,
so that we're not just sitting there waiting.
Boop. I found it already.
Okay, cool.
And then after this one, we're going to go ahead and get started with our first dukedom, and then we'll carry on with super chats. Third question. You mentioned that some families might try to avoid the testing by running away or substituting another child of their own. Have any been successful? Yes.
Does
Morgiana follow them into, for instance, Empire lands? No.
Yeah, so this one's pretty simple. It happens a lot, and there's various stories of it concerning children who have magical capability that have somehow got away, whether they were spirited off by concerned relatives, whether they were transported across borders or over the oceans by money or alternatively rich connections, whatever it may be, they get away. Morgiana Le Fay is not infallible. She does not go everywhere on day one. She has a host of things that she does. She's in many places at once, and things are occasionally missed. So we have lots of interesting stories of various ex-Bretonnian citizens who have now been trained in, for example, Altdorf.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even her that shows up. Sometimes it'll be a damsel or a prophetess that arrives, who are debatably easier to hoodwink. But there are children that get away. There's so many good stories about kids that have gotten away, and sometimes it works out for them, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started on our first dukedom.
Is it Aquitaine?
Aquitaine, which
Aquitaine.
Oh wait, we got one more interesting super chat. How much to move a duchy up or down?
Seriously?
So last time we did $100 because the gods of chaos are powerful and it requires a lot to move them. This time, Bretonnian dukedoms are so much smaller fry. They're so much less expanded on. We'll be generous and say a simple $50 is enough to grab and drag them to wherever you would like. Though it can be canceled out by other people. So, be wise, be careful, be responsible. I don't want angry calls from your banks.
So, Aquitaine, a good place to begin. Now, are we going to get a map up? Can you do that while I'm chatting away?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, right. So knowing where all of these dukedoms are really helps give you a bit more of an idea about exactly what they are for Bretonnia. Now, Aquitaine sits on the coast down in the south of Bretonnia. So that's over on its west coast. And I'm looking at a map over on my side right now. And because it's over on the coast down in the south, it is completely removed from most of the greatest dangers that the Bretonnian kingdom offers. It's not near any of the great mountains down in the south. It's not really in any of the great forests, although it does have forests bordering it to the north. It's not really beside any of the terrible oceans. The really bad oceans are all to the north. So what is the general character of Aquitaine? Oh, here we go. Aquitaine. Now, you'll just spot it there with the shield, the yellow shield with the clawed wing near the bottom of the map there. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah, just now, south of the Forest of Chalons.
The land is peaceful. The coasts are rolling and soft and sand-lined. The general idea of this place is it's a lovely breadbasket where there are very few enemies around. So thus, what does everyone do? Well, it's Warhammer. There's no one to turn on them. They turn on each other. Aquitaine is known for its political hotbed, for being political hotbed of internal internecine issues, where one lord has a problem with another lord, where one castle has a problem with another castle, where one slightly drunken knight has an issue with the next slightly drunken knight. You tend to find Aquitaine, most of its martial expression is amongst themselves and occasionally across border. The Aquitaine region as a whole is, broadly speaking, peaceful. It's not the most peaceful realm. We'll get to that soon. But it's broadly peaceful. The only time it's not is when there's internecine issues, conflict internally within. Beyond that, this is sadly where we're going to be gently seeing the problems with Bretonnia. Because there's not a great deal else to say other than about maybe a couple of official locations. But that's not really useful for Aquitaine as a whole. Aquitaine as a whole, pardon?
I said I have a couple of fun little things.
Good. Aquitaine as a whole is a peaceful region in the south of Bretonnia with a gentle, soft coastline which doesn't have enough coves or natural ports to hold any of the great naval might of Bretonnia. Most of that is going to be up to the north, again on the western coast. It isn't the largest province, so it doesn't have great armies. It isn't anything more than a large breadbasket down to the south of Bretonnia, where most of the problems are entirely built from within. Go for the bits that you'd like to add.
So like Andy was saying, Aquitaine, it's actually kind of a cutesy little place that it has rather amusingly not as many significant problems as the rest of Bretonnia. Because it's kind of situated in a perfect place where it's protected by more powerful dukedoms. And it also, from a perspective of raiding enemies, doesn't really have anything that's considered the very great value. There's no major port in Aquitaine because their coastline is not great. It's not a great setup. It doesn't have like a good natural location for a defensible major port. So they mostly just have like little fishing hamlets and stuff. But like Andy said, it is a place that has a lot of people that like to fight with each other. That is one of their major aspects. Even in the 6th edition army book, which has tiny snippets on each of them, only refers to Aquitaine as strong-willed and contentious people. Which the roleplay game expands on a lot of fun ways by adding like various notes about major feuds between families. One of the ones that they bring up that is the DL and D Dumasne families, which has a very funny note about their rivalry. Apparently comes down to one of their sons soiled one of their other's daughters, but they argue about which family had the son and which family had the daughter, and nobody remembers anymore. So of course they both claim it was their daughter that was soiled by the other one, but no one remembers what the actual incident was. But it's a place where a lot of dueling, a lot of fighting, and they're led by Duke Armand. Duke Armand of Aquitaine is actually a pretty interesting individual as far as a lot of the dukes are concerned. His big claim to fame was that he used to be the great standard bearer of the king. So he used to carry the standard of Bretonnia itself because he was the younger brother of the original duke and basically ran off to go do various things. So knight errant, he went out and did his questing vow incognito, so he stayed relatively below the radar in a lot of ways, to the extent that even all these years later, bards and such are still trying to piece together where exactly he went and what he did, because he doesn't speak on it. But he did get the Grail. He came back a Grail Knight, which is why he got assigned to the position as the standard bearer of Bretonnia by the king himself, King Lewin. And then his brother died rather unexpectedly. So his brother was killed in battle, and then he got kicked up to the role of Duke. And just like his people, he is a bit aggressive. He likes to solve problems with his sword, and like he's trying to do a good job. But his way to solve things is by kicking the crap out of people, which for Aquitaine is very much like his people are like, yeah, that's a reasonable way to solve these problems. But solving feuds with violence is not necessarily the most successful method, so his success rate has been kind of meh.
Yeah, and it may sound like we've not said a great deal here,
because that's literally everything. That is everything.
We can sum this up with: it's a peaceful realm in the south of Bretonnia with arable land, easy coasts, no major port, and a bit of a problem with internal warfare. And that's it. That's all we really have. But it's enough for you to get an idea of the character for the place. It's got no major forests, no major mountains at all. It's just got to the north of it one river that's big enough that you can barely cross it, meaning that even though it's got a border with an enormous forest to the north, it barely has to deal with any worries from that in the slightest. The Guillot, that's the big river that's to the north, completely fends off all the worst of what could come across there. No major beastmen problems, no major orc problems, no major anything problems beyond the fact that they appear to be a bit bored, a bit drunk, and tend to hit each other.
Yeah, that being said, it does have one very notable particular legacy, which is the Red Duke.
Fuck that guy. Pardon me.
Yeah, the Red Duke was a Duke of Aquitaine. This was his kingdom. And really,
but we're not rating the people. We're rating the places.
I know. I'm just saying. You know, he is part of their legacy.
What little details we can get are worth jumping on.
Yeah. He is part of their legacy, which you may think, oh, they had the Red Duke as one of their dukes. That bumps it up a little bit.
Yeah, bumps it up a little bit, perhaps.
Oh no, they have this terrible vampire duke that lives in the Forest of Shalons now and still antagonizes them. Ooh, bring that down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's little else we can say about this place other than it's clearly not a D. I mean, it's just not, because it's a nice, relatively safe realm. This is all rolling hills, gentle landscapes, fairy tale castles, knights that occasionally quest out almost out of boredom, not because they've got any great war that they have to deal with, and gentle, easy coastlines. This is a pretty cool place.
Yeah,
so
and they did beat the Red Duke twice.
Yeah, I mean, they're a relatively militaristic group in that they're used to fighting because they're often fighting each other. But in the greater scheme of things, this is a pretty nice part of Bretonnia. So it's down in the south. It's bathed in sun. If you'd like to rate that higher, you know what to do. But if you think, nah, fuck that, all the way down at C, go for it. But I don't think D's fair. Do you think that's right, Sotek?
I honestly, this almost feels like an ABC to me.
Well, we've got 4 slots, so I'm quite happy putting the S if someone wants to use it.
We can give S.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to live anywhere in the Warhammer world, this is a good place to live. Genuinely. This is actually not a bad place to live. It doesn't have the best wine in Bretonnia, but it's got wine. It isn't the safest in Bretonnia, but it's almost safe. It's a really nice part of Bretonnia. Obviously, if you're a peasant, it's not necessarily great, but it's pretty decent.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and get the poll started.
I've started the poll over on YouTube on the LAWhammer channel. It is good to go. Aquitaine, SABC.
Okay, those are up and running.
Yeah, what are you all thinking, everyone? I know I know I guess, but let's see what you go for.
While they're doing that, we're going to grab some more super chats real quick.
Yeah.
Let's go crazy like the Chaos Tears list stream. I mean, we won't say no.
We won't say no, but yeah, sure.
Stephen Lucas, how common are Pegasus Knights in Bretonnia? It depends where you are. It also kind of depends on who's writing sometimes.
Yeah, totally. This goes at the speed of plot. In that, because they're part of the Bretonnian army lists, you tend to find that someone does this. They're part of the Bretonnian army list. They're everywhere. Every part of Bretonnia has them. And forgetting that there are certain parts of Bretonnia where they gather, where there's great areas of Pegasi doing their thing. So they're not that common, but they're common enough.
Yeah, in certain dukedoms, you would expect to see large groups of them. And like
Absolutely.
Aquitaine probably has no Pegasus Knights, or very, very few.
This is the sort of place where you'd expect to have maybe 1 or 2, not very many of them kicking around at all, because Aquitaine is largely a lowland era. It's all crops. There's no place for them to go build their nests, because obviously they have nests, because that's how it works.
Which is fucking hilarious.
It is fucking hilarious every time I think about it. So the answer to that is not as common as some people think, but more common than you might expect.
All right, get your votes in, folks. Get your votes in. There are votes available in all the chats, wherever you may be watching.
Indeed.
We also have here Lord Chris. Tonight's briberies brought to you by the Duchy of Mousillon. With your help, this duchy can be put into S+ tier.
Well, just so we're prepared for it, I am not going to be offering S as even a vote for Mousillon.
So yeah, I mean, we say that, but I can already hear all of the Malobod simps. I can already hear their wallets opening up in the distance.
I'm not even offering an S for Mousillon because it's not even a duchy. So yeah.
It used to be once upon a time, but they did get their rights revoked. Skylar Martin, the best Dutch is massive oracle. No, sorry. I did a German accent for some reason. The best duchy is massive oracle. Wow, yeah. Very notable dukes up in them hills. A little green of skin.
The vote shifting about a little bit. It was a nice split between A and B to begin with, but it's now beginning to veer over towards B. Now, do be aware, if you're going for B and we discuss other places and they seem worse, there's going to be a lot of very low ranking duchies in Bretonnia.
Indeed. So that's coming up to an end very soon. one. But I'll grab more super chats in the meantime. I probably get too long on this vote. Darius, how connected are the duchies compared to the empire? Okay, so this one's actually kind of interesting. I'm going to take a little whack at it, and then I'm going to let Andy go off on it. That the empire a lot of people forget this, but the majority of it is in a gigantic forest or a gigantic series of forests that are very, very thick, very difficult to cross, and are very dangerous, which they often kind of forget about when they're writing about it. Most of the empire is going to be significantly less connected than most of Bretonnia, because Bretonnia is so much easier to navigate. It is beyond so much easier to navigate. It's also just a little bit smaller as well, which doesn't hurt.
Yeah, so how connected are they? Now, there's different ways that we can take the word connected here. Are we discussing just simply roads? In terms of roads, their roads are of poorer quality, but there's more of them, and it's easier to get from A to B in many large parts of Bretonnia, because they don't have the big river stroke forest issue that the Empire definitely does. There's so many rivers that are almost impassable in the Empire. There's so many forests that are exceedingly dangerous. But if we're talking connected as in what are the cultural connections and what are the cross-border connections between the different duchies, that's different. And broadly speaking, they're much the same as they are within the Empire. And by that I mean, in each part of the Empire, as is the case with Bretonnia as well, each of the grand provinces or the dukedoms of Bretonnia have got their own rules, their own laws, their own nobility, all of whom work within their own traditions and their own cultures. As we make our way through this, it's going to be super easy for us to think that they're all basically the same. They are not. Each one of these duchies have got their own complete cultures, where the Bretonnians there are immediately identifiable to Bretonnians from anywhere else, because they are culturally different. They wear different clothes. They've got a different outlook on life. For all, they share many things in common. And that's very similar to the Empire. So in terms of its actual connections, it's pretty well connected, although the roads are broadly much less well maintained and definitely haven't got old dwarf roads passing all the way through it. But if we're talking about how well connected are they as a people, it's about the same as the Empire. Just in a different way of expressing. Sweet. Okay, then we have over on YouTube in the LAWhammer channel a clear B by quite a bit, 7%. 43% went B.
All right, so on the Lorebeards YouTube, it was exactly split between B and A. And also S and C were exactly split. So it was 43, 43, and then 7 and 7.
So that's super close.
And then on still... Twitch, it was overwhelmingly B.
Okay, B it is then. Sweet.
Yeah, so on 2 out of 3, the people have spoken. Aquitaine is our first B rank.
I think this is fair, actually. It's a smaller duchy. It's not one of the large ones. It doesn't have a great deal of power, but it is safe. In terms of its quality of life, pretty high. In terms of what it produces for Bretonnia as a whole, what Aquitaine means, it's not the biggest one in the world.
Beef for boring. That's fair.
I would love to say, Roshi, that you're wrong, but hey.
I will say, I've noticed, I'm not chastising these people because I think it's hilarious, but I have noticed there are some people that I think are role-playing being from certain lands and fighting each other in the chat. I just want to say, I see you and I love it. That's great.
Me too. I love it too.
Please go off, Kings. All right, next up, we have a kingdom that actually does have a bit more written about it, but once again, we're dealing with Bretonnia, so you're going to see that doesn't necessarily mean a lot. Artois.
Artois.
Which is very fun to say. I would recommend trying if you haven't yet.
Artois. Artois, if we look at the map, is positioned very differently to what came before. Artois is right in the center of the Forest of Arden, which is almost in the center of Bretonnia. So if we take a look at the map there, go up to about the middle, that big dark green splodge that says the Forest of Arden, and over to the side of it, you'll see the big white boarhead of Artois with a red field. Now, Artois is a duchy that is very much sunk in the forest. It is deep, deep, deep in the forests of Arden. And in many respects, that has influenced who the Artoans are, right through to right from the top, right down to the bottom. They are a dukedom almost constantly at war with beastmen. And these beastmen in great herds are patrolling their way through the forests of Arden, and in turn encountering and butting into the various settlements of the local people of Artois. And because of that, we end up with a lot of fighting here. This changes the nature and character of the people from Artois. In many parts of Bretonnia, the standard example stands. And by that I mean, we've got knights who have a position of privilege, great breeding, and it is their job to look after the people. And we have the people, and it's their job to provide for the knights by tilling the land and doing whatever needs to be done. In Artois, it's a little bit different because everybody tends to be at any one point ready for a fight, which means out of all of the various parts of Bretonnia, Artois has some of the greatest free thinkers. It also has some of the most adventurous people you'll find. Peasants from Artois are known to have bounded around and gone from one place to the next in a way that other parts of Bretonnia, they just simply don't. If we went back to Aquitaine, for example, your average peasant will live, grow, die in their village. That's not necessarily the case for Artois, not just because there are more adventurous people as a whole, but also because there is this constant war of attrition that sometimes, and oftentimes, they're on the losing side of, meaning that there is a constant refugee population also moving around in a way that isn't the case inside the other Bretonnian, is often not the case in the other Bretonnian duchies. The Forest of Arden is bluntly dangerous, and the duchy that lies in the heart of it, which is Artois, is also dangerous, and that breeds a very different type of Bretonnian. They're brasher, they are much more adventurous, they're much more willing to get stuck into a fight. Having said that, we also have an entire band over to the far western side where we've got our standard arable farmlands. And these arable farmlands are largely not so dissimilar to other parts of Bretonnia, although the core of their character still kind of sinks through. Anything you'd like to discuss about individuals or any extras?
Yeah, so a couple of fun things. Like Andy was saying, that little piece of arable land off to the west is where the vast majority of the people in the dukedom live, because like Andy said, the Forest of Arden is dangerous. It is extremely dangerous. It's one of the beastmen hotspots of the world, of the old world, I should say. Morgar has been here more than a few times, and the forest is believed to have a deep, horrible corruption at the heart of it that no one's been able to find. So the knights that come from this land are usually some of your most experienced when it comes to fighting the creatures of chaos, because the forest is just full of horrors. You're going to have jabberslights. This is the most likely place in the world where you'll come across the horrible creatures known as the Breton. These are the forests where they're most often seen, and they are awful, awful creatures. It's a harsh land. It also has the highest population of mutants found anywhere in Bretonnia. So it's very high likelihood that people born here.
Not the highest.
Oh, sorry. There's one place higher, but sorry.
Not the highest.
The highest.
Borders almost on the highest.
Yeah. But there are a lot of mutants that are born here, to the point that the roleplay game even talks about these mythical city of mutants, which is a real place, but it's called the City of Beastmen. But it's not actually beastmen. It's a group of mutants who are sane, and they got mutated because their wells and stuff are poisoned by Skaven with Warpstone, but despite being mutants, they are actually a bunch of really good people. There's like 300 of them living in this little city, and they just try and mind their own business because they know regular society.
It's not really a city.
Town.
Like a little village.
They know people won't accept them. Some other fun things. Artois has its own unique creature, which its symbol is based on, which is the boar of Artois. The Artois boars are nasty. They are horrible creatures. They are absolutely massive and can easily kill like a knight on his horse by just goring everything in front of him.
Good hunting.
Yep, they are good hunting though, and because as you can see with the board being the standard, there was a famous escapade of the founder of Artois through the companions of good old Gilles Le Breton slew a really, really big one. Also, they're kind of freaky looking because the artist that made them for some reason gave them like a baboon face, which makes them extra horrifying looking.
Wasn't that in the roleplay book?
Yes, it is in the roleplay book.
Yeah, so that one, as I recall, was done by Mike Francina. Now, you might not know Mike Francina, but if I say another word, you might immediately recognize him. Trench Crusade. He's the man who made it.
That explains why that thing is so horrifying looking.
Yeah, totally. Trench Crusade. So there's quite a few pieces of art inside the Bretonnian book that is done by Mike. And Mike has a very specific way of doing his pictures, and it shows here. And it is a pretty horrifying individual, but it doesn't look like a boar.
No, it literally looks like, imagine if a baboon was forced to be on all fours. It had hooves, and its shoulder is like almost on par with where a knight is sitting on his horse. But it's got a baboon face with a bunch of fangs coming out.
Yeah, and
great. They're noted for being horrible creatures that when they eat people, they only eat live people. They don't like to eat corpses, and they prefer to eat people that scream. So they are,
because hey, why not?
Yeah, they're horrible creatures. But the Forest of Arden is one of the most haunted places in all Bretonnia, and it takes a very particular kind of person to live and survive and thrive in this place.
So to quickly sum here, what we've got is a forested realm. Oh, you want to say one last thing?
Yeah, I gotta talk about the Duke real quick. So Duke Chilfroy, kind of a funny character. He is particularly large among the legendary dukes. He's one of the biggest, like, in stature. He is known for being extremely grim. There's a funny note about him that the only time he ever smiles is when he sees like a battlefield of a bunch of the enemies of Bretonnia being dead, so like a bunch of dead beastmen. Other than that, he never laughs, he never smiles, and the way he holds court is very infamous. He spends most of his time running around hunting beastmen and killing things. If he has to hold court, he holds it back in his castle where he's got like lines of stuffed heads of all these different horrible monsters. And if you come before him with a grievance that he has to settle, he always just sides with whoever has the highest rank. He doesn't care about the right or wrong. He doesn't care about like who has the most like money or what the situation is. Like whoever's the higher social standing, he always sides with them, and he heavily punishes the loser of the case. So most people don't go to him with their grievances and try and settle their own problems, and he does that on purpose. But that means he's not a very good duke.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the character of the place as a whole, which is expediency wins. It's a difficult duchy. There is too much of its land wrapped up in a forest that's incredibly dangerous. And what parts of that forest they've managed to clear over to the west, arable lands such as they are constantly in a state of defense. They're not really ever at a point where they can just sit back, relax, have a glass of wine and a good puff of a pipe. This is a dangerous place to live, and the Duke himself is a figurehead of a dangerous land who doesn't have time to deal with law matters when there's big beastmen and baboon boars to kill.
I mean, to be fair, baboons are fucking terrifying. So
I mean, they really are.
Combining a baboon and a
okay,
boar
so for this one, I'm thinking it's difficult to rate this one as an S. So an A, B, C, D?
Yep, I think that's good.
That sounds good. Okay, Artois.
Polls have
vote
fired. All right, we'll get caught up with some super chat stuff.
Yeah,
baboons. Michael Salomon, is gargantuan only giant sea snake? I want to hunt one. No, there are different kinds of giant sea serpents or water snakes and such in Warhammer. If you're talking about pure sea serpents, obviously you have your sea dragons, which are big and awful. They're in Man of War and they're super spooky. You also have the hell drakes used by the dark elves, which are not as big and they're really kind of adorable. Like they're terrifying, but they're whenever they're written about, the way that they like make noise is always described as them saying like it's like honk, or I think they honk. But they make this really goofy sound when they're like making noises while they hunt. It's in Elf Slayer by Go Check and Feels if you want to read it. There's something like weirdly adorable about them. And if you want something like super horrible, you have things like Draco leeches and undead nightmares. But there's plenty of sea serpents to hunt. Plenty.
I'm currently being very amused by the vote where people apparently think that Artois is somehow better than Aquitaine.
People like a contentious land.
I mean, I want to live in a place where there's giant boar boons.
Yeah, clearly it's the Beastmen fans showing up and being like, "Oh, that's our home. That's our place." Piotr H. Pieter,
perhaps.
First time catching you live. Well, welcome. Sorry I butchered your name there. Just wanted to say a huge thank you for the incredible insight into Warhammer that you both provide. For the lady.
For the lady.
Brock, can S tier be Z for the lady, please? Make S tier Z tier? Sure. That's stupid enough. I love that. That's great.
That is proper stupid, but I like that.
Z tier now.
It's Z tier now.
Yep. Great. All right. Yep. Z tier. Thank you for that. That's great. The Boogeyman. Are there female Grail Knights other than Rapance? Rapance.
Yes.
Yes, there are. But Rapance, as far as we know, actually never became a Grail Knight.
Correct.
If not, is there a lore reason did Warhammer just not explore it? And do you think there should be? There are now. So now it is they're just common. Female knights are just common now.
Yeah. Beforehand they weren't. So female knights are an obvious step for what should happen to Bretonnia that didn't happen. We discussed this to a degree in our last stream when we were making our way through all of Morgana Le Fay's background. But yeah, they definitely should have been. It was really nice to see the lore updated to match what these stories had clearly said. So now, yes, Rapance never was a Grail Knight.
Yeah, Rapance functionally, like after the whole war where she basically would have been the equivalent of like a Knight of the Realm-ish, essentially, she got elevated to the rank of Duke of Lyonesse, and then
and it really wouldn't surprise me if she becomes the template for what became knights afterwards, showing that there was more than one route towards being a knight than what had been previously the case.
Time
already, cripes. Okay, so it's actually turned out a little bit. This is an interesting one, actually, is the split. Okay, so A has won over on YouTube on LAWhammer, but the C's and the D's and the B's vastly outnumber it, but everything else down below, 29% next on C. It's an interesting one because most people think it's not an A, but A has the highest vote.
So Twitch had it at 88% C.
Oh, wow.
And 12% A.
Okay, and so that's leaning towards a B now.
And then over on the Lorebeards chat, where we got quite a few votes, actually. Lorebeards guys, good job. Y'all are coming in swinging with votes. Appreciate y'all. They did 30% C, 29% B, 22% A, and 19% D. So it was like a very neck and neck.
That's it. So I think taking all three into account, B looks like the nice middle line. I think B makes sense, given what they said. And given that not only was the vote for Aquitaine almost an A, I honestly think Artois is definitely beneath Aquitaine. It does have arguably a better military might, but arguably it doesn't. It's a very small land in comparison to Aquitaine. Aquitaine's actually, because it's all arable, quite large and it has a lot of castles. Artois has this band of land, so it probably has, in the greater scheme of things, a smaller population than Aquitaine. So I think Artois being beneath it makes sense.
Yep. That being said, if you're like, this is outrageous, it should be A tier, there is only a simple $50 that separates you from justice. Is what I'll simply say on that. All right, so I'm gonna grab a couple more super chats real quick, and then we're gonna jump into Baston.
No one fights like Baston.
Yeah. Peter, how much power do the Dukes have compared to elector counts?
The same.
Yeah, it's basically the same.
Yeah, basically the same. There's a great deal of misapprehension here because of the word Duke. And dukes are commonplace over in the Empire. There's a lot of dukes in the Empire. And people presume that they are of equivalent rank. They are not. The duke, or a duke in Bretonnia, outranks a duke over in the Empire in terms of their social position and everything that they represent. But that doesn't mean that when it comes to the actual ranking of the titles, that dukes over in the Empire don't go, oh no, I'm equal rank to them. It's bullshit, though. They are basically the equivalent of the Electrocounts. With as much power, as much sway, and as much capability to bring armies to the table as any Electrocount you'll find.
Hannibal, and then we'll get into good old Baston. Brett ships are just aircraft carriers for Pegasi. Hilarious, and definitely a way they could work.
I actually think that this is, as ridiculous as it is to say, I actually think that one method or one ship that they'd have wouldn't be that far from that. Yeah, particularly if you take the old Pegasus Knight models, you get Man of War.
Yeah, that would actually be a very cool, like, specific type of ship. Would be like the aircraft carrier, where they have like the hippogriffs and the Pegasi, because the creature, they would need a place to land and rest during long sea voyages.
Agreed.
So that could work. That actually could work quite well. And of course, if they were to go ham with it, as Warhammer likes to do, they would also like probably design it so like they want to make their space as comfortable as possible and more like realistic. So they have like little mountain rock crags for all of them to rest on, so they're at their most comfortable in their little stables. All right, it is time for the kingdom at the center of the land.
Baston. Okay, now we can't go wrong with Baston. Why can't we go wrong with Baston? Because Baston is where Gilles Le Breton was born. He came from the center of Bretonnia, and all who come from the center of Bretonnia are thus clearly better than anyone else. When I earlier on said, no one fights like Baston, in a reference to, of course, Beauty and the Beast from Disney, the general character of Gaston from there is not so far away from your average character of someone from Baston. They simply think they are better than everybody else for a variety of reasons. At the very basic, they are in the heart of Bretonnia itself. You could not be more central to Bretonnia if you tried. Not only that, but the founder of their entire kingdom comes from Baston, and they have successfully managed to effectively clear their duchy in a way that most other duchies that are relatively central in Bretonnia haven't. And this is worth noting. It is in a very dangerous potential situation. It has rivers and forests of Arden on one side. It's got mountains down to the south, along with, of course, the forest of Chalon. It's got a really rather mixed bag of terrain, some of which is super arable, some of which is relatively hilly, some of which is relatively poor quality. Yet they've managed to draw the very best out of this. There's a few reasons why. Number one, they've got a strong military tradition, as do many in Bretonnia. But there's also a host of reasons why, say, for example, the south isn't quite as dangerous as it might look, even though the reason for it not being quite so dangerous is arguably more dangerous than the very thing it defends against. What the fuck am I talking about? Now, you can't see it on this map, but the forest of Chalon, where it sits at the bottom of Baston, it's really mountainous in that area. It goes right into the Massif Orcal, and on the edge of the Massif Orcal, in the southern section of Baston, is the Black Chasm. Now, the Black Chasm, this great jutting canyon is one way of putting it, I suppose, but chasm is a much better word, strangely enough. It's deep, it's dark, it's awful, and it contains horrible things. But just to the south of that, we have the Massif Orcal. Now, the map that we've got here doesn't really show the Massif Orcal being in the south of Baston, but it absolutely is. It's a core component of what is Baston. And the Massif Orcal is filled with greenskins. And these greenskins would spill out all over the place from the Massif Orcal, but they kind of don't get into Baston because of the Black Chasm that's full of horror. Because you have to get over that Black Chasm full of horror to get into central Baston itself. Beyond the fact that it is the heart of Bretonnia and is known for its great chivalric pride that it draws from this, there's not actually a lot to say about Baston other than the people who've been drawn from there, Gilles himself. It's an interesting center of pride location that somehow gets passed over a lot in a lot of lore purely because the current king comes from Corone.
Yeah, so there's a couple of funny little things to add about Baston.
One place like Baston. It's not that, is it?
No, it's not that. So, being the legacy that it has to Gilles and all of those things, the land of Baston is known for having in actual like positions of office, like actively ruling over the land, the most Grail Knights out of any of the dukedoms, which is a good and a bad thing. The good thing is that the rulers of Baston tend to be less corrupt. They tend to be like more strictly holding the laws of chivalry and treat their people very well. The peasantry of Baston are known for being particularly fervent when it comes to the worship of the lady, and like doing being a very, very faithful populace that has a lot of pride in Bretonnia and their kingdom. But it also leads to a situation where the various rulers of Baston are known for being extremely disorganized. And they like to argue with one another. So they are infamously bad at, like, if there is a threat that they kind of need to unite against, they're not good at dealing with that because you have a bunch of guys that are functionally all the same rank who prefer to argue about what should be the right course of action instead of actually taking action, which causes them various issues, especially because their Duke, who is very cool and a lot of people love him, especially because his design is fantastic. Bahamund the Beast Slayer, because he has a really, really famous piece of art that is just gorgeous.
Fucking great.
Bahamund of Baston is a direct descendant of Gilles Le Breton. He is a Grail Knight himself. He is known for being an extremely noble individual. He's called the Beast Slayer because he has a focus on slaying monsters. He actually likes to travel the world looking for big monsters to slay, which means that a lot of the time he's not home. So he tends to delegate his role to other people. But there's kind of a funny quote about him, and that while he's very noble-hearted, he's really bad at judging other humans. So the people he tends to put in positions of power are not very good at those positions of power. So he's constantly having to replace them, and it's like a matter of stress for him. But he's a very unique character in and of himself. There's a fun little tidbit where he doesn't like to fight people that he views as being lesser than him, in the sense that if he doesn't think you're like a genuine threat, he will do his best not to kill you. He'll just like stun you or knock you out and then go off to find like an actual fight because he doesn't want to shed the blood of weaklings, which is noble and also kind of rude at the same time. But the people of Baston, there are a lot of good folk from Baston. Many people of the knights from Baston like to go abroad. They like to go into other lands because they want to prove how pure and amazing the people of Bretonnia are, which often leads to them coming off like arrogant assholes, and they kind of spread like, the reputation that a lot of Bretonnian knights have when they're dealing with foreigners comes from Baston.
Yeah, it's because they're pompous. They're chauvinistic. They think they're better than everybody else. And to a degree, it's not entirely unfair.
Yeah, they're there to help, genuinely.
They're generally sort of good people. And it's fair to say, again, Baston, unlike many of the other locations in Bretonnia, is relatively clear of the various issues that everybody else has. Yeah, they've got a bit of interscene issues, and they tend to argue a bit, but there's more Grail Knights. They are more pious than almost anywhere else. They are more everything, really. They sort of dial themselves up on the Bretonnian scale to 11 on all sides, which means that they are also ruder than most others, much more pompous than most others. But again, Baston is relatively clear of Greenskin and Beastmen and various other bad guys and mutants. They don't have that problem, even though they are pretty much bordering over onto Mousillon as well. They have managed to keep their lands clear, so it's not a great, horrible place to live like some of the duchies. This duchy's genuinely okay if you like to have a noble wanker constantly saying he's better than you all the time over you.
Yeah, and like Eddie was saying earlier, the Black Chasm is in their lands, which is a double-edged sword of that. It does protect them from a lot of threats because it is a big, horrible thing that it even has like a horrible black fog that comes out of it that even in the summer, if you're caught in the black fog, it like chills you to your bones and makes you really tired. And for those that don't know, in the deep, dark depths of the Black Chasm is a giant Skaven undercity. The largest Skaven city in Bretonnia is Black Chasm, which is way deep down there. And there's also these horrible creatures called Chasm Spawn, which look like big frogs that like to eat people. And they're horrible and kind of spiky and nasty. And there's art of them that, once again, by the guy who did Trench Crusade, and it's terrifying looking because it has the broken limbs of like some poor person sticking out of its mouth as it's eating them. And so there are things they have to defend against, but there's very specific places where many of their enemies come from, and they're really, really good at holding them off. Yeah, that is Baston.
Yeah, that's Baston. It's there's little else to say about it other than, if you're wanting to have a quick summary, it is the heart of Bretonnia in more ways than one. Literal, metaphorical, figurative, whichever way you want to look at it, you don't get much more Bretonnian than this. It's a relatively harsh land that they've kind of sort of tamed. It has some very dangerous local fauna and probably flora too, and has a higher instance of Grail Knights than almost anywhere else. They're pompous, they're overbearing, even their peasants think they're better peasants than anyone else's. Peasants. Basically, if you come from Baston, you are a Bretonnian. Screw the rest of those people. However, what do you think that means for the overall rating? Are they just too unbearable to get anything other than a D? Or do you think that they actually deserve to have something a little bit higher than that? I find it hard to actually place Baston as a D. So an SABC?
You mean a ZABC?
Sorry. Oh, I forgot. ZABC, because I'm not saying Z, although Z. I kind of have to now, don't I?
Yeah, it's Z lady, so it's Zoe.
I'm going to put ZE because I feel bad about that. That being the case, I'm starting the poll over on the LAWhammer channel.
All right, polls are live, folks. Get your votes in. We're going to grab some super chats while we're doing that.
Wow, people immediately jumped in ZE just because it's there. If you think this is top Bretonnia, wow, you are from Baston.
Villain painting, or V1 painting, I assume it's villain.
Yeah.
In Lords of the Lance, it has Pegasus Knights using bows. Feel like that's not very Bretonnian Knights idea. What is your opinion on this? So, it has a singular. To be very fair to the book, it has one Pegasus Knight that uses a bow, which she probably shouldn't. That was, I think, a goof by Graham McNeil. I think he could have made it work if he wanted to be like, oh, these are exiled knights, and so they have like a different view on a lot of things. But I'd have to read it. I don't think that, because there's three Pegasus riders, and I think they're all sisters, or they're just very close. I can't remember. He could have made it work, but I don't think he really explains it. He just kind of does it. You can massage it very easily to make it work. But it shouldn't be there in the way it's presented. There needs to be like an additional condition to make that actually make sense.
Yep, absolutely. But I will say it fucking makes sense though, because they're on a fucking flying horse. Yeah, how are you going to hit the vast majority of things if you don't have a bow?
Yeah, I prefer the idea that they are exiled knights and showing that the exiled knights of the Border Princes are much more practical than their Bretonnian cousins, because they live in such a more dangerous land. They're like, no, we use ranged weapons because it's sensible.
I mean, it absolutely makes sense to have yourself a bunch of probably female knights up on Pegasi, because they're lighter. The bows make sense. I see no reason why this doesn't make sense, but in terms of the actual way that the chivalry of Bretonnia works, it needs some explanation to land right. Doesn't mean that it's not right. It just needs a bit more explanation.
Yeah. Also, if you've never read Lords of the Lance, I would highly recommend it. It is a really good book. Yeah, that's like one of two small issues in it, and it's a very small issue. Sir Panza, rate my noble. His name is his flag is all white, and he rides his horse backwards so he can see the battlefield. Nice. Sounds like a true hero. A great true hero.
I can't believe the votes that are landing over on the LAWhammer channel. They really like Baston.
I mean, it's a cool place. It's a cool place.
I mean, is it? It's okay.
I feel like you may have skewed the vote with your whole ZZ thing.
I think I might have. I'm very amused by the vote.
When we rank the duchies based on their cuisine,
I really wish we could.
Yeah,
but it's something that's sort of missing in Bretonnia as a whole, and that is detail. It really hasn't had much in the way of detail. I remember when Knights of the Grail came out, there was quite a lot of discussion as to the vast lack of interesting cultural details for each one of the dukedoms, and it's unfortunate because it is the case. There's a lack of that sort of detail.
Yep. Let's see, and that is time.
Already, holy moly. Well, I will say, with that being time, a rather mighty win of 50% Z over on YouTube LAWhammer.
What was the next highest?
31% sitting on the A.
Oh, interesting. So that means it would still slightly be in Z's favor.
Would it? I don't think it would have. I'm looking at the numbers on YouTube. Oh, no, Twitch, pardon me.
So Twitch is 55% A to 35% Z.
Yeah.
And then
how's it over on
Lorebeards is 42% Z to 36% A.
Oh, fuck me. It's right split down the middle, isn't it?
So of the three groups, polling stations, on two of them, they voted Z.
Yeah.
And on one of them, they went A.
I think that's the case. Then we have to go Z, even though, really, Baston is a Z. That's just the way it is. You clearly think like anyone from Baston thinks. They are better than everyone else, even though the actual reality is possibly different. But yeah, they're the best.
Possibly different. Yeah. Which, fair is fair.
Fair. Yep. Not going to argue with that one. It is what it is. Do we get to go to my favorite place? It's not really my favorite place, but it always makes me smile. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yep. It's time for Bordelot.
Bordelot. Now, some of you out there might be going, Bordelot? That sounds a bit like Bordello. Isn't that a whorehouse? Wait, what? Yes, because it's a pun name. As you often find when it comes to Bretonnia, they were pretty lazy. They either just copy-pasted from real-world France, or alternatively, copy-pasted from a Grail romance, Lyonesse, or alternatively, they just went, hey, we can make a joke out of their name, because that is what early Warhammer was like. And the names haven't changed over time, even though many people have said, can't we change Carcassonne to someone else? Because I don't really need to have another tile-laying game being one of my core locations inside my Bretonnia. But the answer is no, you cannot. So what is Bordelot like? Bordelot is kind of great. Only kinda. So first, it is, without compare, and I am going to be this strong about it, the trading heart of Bretonnia. There are other areas that have very strong trade routes and relations, and what you could argue, particularly with Longueuil, more important trade routes. But Bordelot is the true beating heart of the mercantile class in Bretonnia. And there's several reasons for this, but one of them is, well, for you viticulturists out there, wine. Wine. Now, you get wine all across Bretonnia as a whole, but nowhere has the great deep vineyards of Bordelot. Now, it obviously also has the Forest of Chalon sitting off towards the side of it, which is not great when it comes to trying to, be clear of beastmen and having no problems. But it also has, in comparison to most other areas, bar, as I recall, Canal alone, the most clean arable land bar. No, there's one more, but we'll get to that one soon because we're about to hit it. Bordelot has some of the most fertile and some of the most open farmlands of all of Bretonnia. It shares some of, but not all of Aquitaine's peace. It shares some of, but not all of Brion's absolute fertility. But most importantly, it has ports. It has a coast that is rocky enough to hold off the worst incomers, while simultaneously having enough internal coves to host not one, not two, not three, but multiple large trading ports, all of which are exporting to Estalia, up to the Empire, to the Wasteland, to other parts of Bretonnia, down all the way to Araby. This is where many, and I do mean many, ships end up stopping by, meaning that Bordelot is an unexpected trade centre of the old world. However, it's also worth noting that if we're looking for general stereotypes to apply, that whole wine thing, it tends to spill out a bit. If you want a stereotype, your average person from Bordelot is known for being a drunkard and looking for a bit of a good time. Now, that good time might be laid up with the very name of the place, Bordello. Now, I'm not saying that it is, but whenever a writer comes along, whenever they become aware of the pun there, you tend to find that they immediately start changing what they write. Meaning that I remember back in the day when we were commissioning stuff, we didn't tell people until after, because trust me when I say the words that you get back in afterwards are completely different if they don't know. It's kind of funny in that regard. Other than that, wine is cheaper here than anywhere else in Bretonnia, meaning that the peasants use it as a core drink as much as the upper classes do also. And when I say cheaper, I mean much cheaper. On average, it's only about a third of the price that you'll find anywhere else in the Empire. Any other fun things? Yeah, one other fun thing. Take a look at its heraldry. This is a relatively big one. Take a look at that heraldry. Now, you might be able to see it there if you're watching this live. There is a golden trident on a blue field. And this is a core component of what it is to be in Bordelot, because that is a symbol of Manan. Not Manan directly, that would be a 5-tined one, but still nevertheless Manan. Manonite worship across Bordelot is common. So calling upon Manan to look after your ships as they're trading from one place to the next is a core component of life. And if we extrapolate things a bit further, if you're looking for your great fleets of Bretonnia, most of them probably come from Bordelot. If you're looking for cannon fleets for Bretonnia, again, this is the most likely place to find them, because this is where we've got the strongest middle class, because there's so much important trade coming through here, and rich peasants are often the ones that are dealing with this, not the nobles themselves, who are too busy quaffing wine in their vineyards. They're laying back in the sun. Yes, you think surely they'll be off in the forest killing beastmen. Yeah, you're right. The ones over there do that. That's not most of the nobles of Bretonnia. They are literally drunken lords doing what they need to do. So yeah, they've got themselves cheap wine, a burgeoning and growing middle class, probably a pretty big fleet. They have all of the same knights of the realm that you find elsewhere, the same Grail knights that you find elsewhere, but most of them are over in the east, closer to the Forest of Chalon, where you tend to find that our western Bordelot folk are much more interested in the sunshine and the wine.
Yeah, so a couple of interesting little tidbits. The Forest of Chalons is a very dangerous forest. Most of the forests in this one are really dangerous, despite the fact it is actually like the place. It has like one of the most holy sacred sites, being the Lac des Chalons, where the lady first appeared.
The lady did her thing.
Gilles and Alden for the first time, but it's a forest that has a lot of.
Although it's worth noting that we should have probably mentioned that in Baston, actually, because they actually believe that is in Baston, not in Bordelot.
Yeah, but interestingly, which would add up to this next bit of that, the eastern part, so the Baston part of the Forest of Chalons, is considered much, much more dangerous than the western part. There's actually a lot of very successful settlements, villages and hamlets and stuff within the western Bordelot side of the forest, which occasionally they deal with beastmen attacks, but for the most part, they thrive really, really well, and they're able to do well, so most of the threats are closer to the Baston side. Furthermore, like Andy said, yeah, people get absolutely fucking wasted here a lot of the time. It is a cultural thing. There are some, which ironically has a quite amusing relationship with their Duke, Alberic de Bordelot, or Alberic de Generique, as he used to be known, but he's no longer generic because he finally now has his own unique voice actor and unique model and everything. Alberic is actually kind of an interesting figure because he is known to be very strict, very brave, incredibly skilled at arms. And he is also like very equally devout to the Lady of the Lake and Manon. There's a note about like there's kind of a unique cultural split among the rulers of Bordelot in that those that are very close to the sea tend to be very, very pro Manon, to the point that many of them will sometimes hold Manon even slightly higher than the lady because he's more relevant to their interests. To the extent that there's a saying where it's like the ladies, it's something like the ladies' influence over the water ends where the salt begins, or something like that. But to the point that many of them, when they send their children out to go like explore the world to do like knight errantry stuff, some of them will send their children to do the more knight errant thing, typically in land, but many of them will send their children to be sailors and to experience life on the sea, to like develop their sea legs and come to understand Manon better and all this other stuff. But it's a really interesting land. Duke Albrecht, though, some funny tidbits about him. He's a very serious man. He's not like cruel or anything, but he's very serious. He has one of the smallest household knight courts because he holds knights in his court to an extremely high standard. So like they're not allowed to be drunken louts. They have to show their skill at arms. They need to be often going out and doing things. So a lot of them are constantly being sent out to go take care of matters or being sent out to earn more experience. He heavily encourages people to go on the questing vow and then come back. And there's even a note that he himself, Alberic, desperately wants to go on the quest. But for political reasons, he's never been able to because his father died when he was very young. So he had to take over his father's position and has sort of been always looking for an excuse to go out. He wants to hand over the dukedom to his son so he can go out on the quest, but his son is currently out on the quest and hasn't returned yet. To the extent that there's even rumors going around that he's trying to find a suitable person to pass the role of Duke onto that would be accepted by Linker, because he's so desperate to go on this journey before he's too old. And it's a little tragic in a way. But there's also a really funny thing where Albrecht does not like the rest of Bretonnia sometimes because they like to make fun of him. Particularly that the thing that his kingdom, his dukedom, is the most known for is everyone being extremely drunk to the extent that there's a whole phrase that other kingdoms will use to make fun of Alberic, because there was a big festival to the lady where the peasantry got so drunk that they ended up they were doing like a recreation, like a recreation of a famous historical joust or like a story between some great hero and a monster. And because they were so drunk, it turned into a big riot that ruined the festival. And the Duke himself had to come down and put the riot down and had to like kill some peasants. And the rest of Bretonnia just makes fun of him for it. The poor guy. He's just trying his best. And that is
so Bordelot. It is a dukedom full of drunks with probably the largest fleet in Bretonnia, with some dangerous parts over in the east that are largely held in place with your typical Bretonnian troops, with some of the very best vineyards that Bretonnia has to offer. And because of that, some significant influence, not just with local Bretonnians who want to have the very best Bordelot wines, but also with the rest of the old world with which they do significant trade. It isn't the least dangerous part of Bretonnia, but it's far from the most. It is probably one of the richer parts of Bretonnia, but you may be surprised to hear, not the richest. We will get to that soon. It is, however, a trading centre because of their wine. Seems
right.
as DABC seems wise for this one. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a nice, wealthy place that's got a lot of good things going for it.
Yep, agreed. Oh, crap. I'm not sure that poll went up because it just crashed over this side. Let me check if it went. Oh, it did. Excellent. Also, I think if anyone is sending in any $50 stroke pound stroke euro chats, we should probably take them first, just because they rock and you deserve to get your swift mentions, of which we've had, I think, 2.
I cannot spell Bordello. There we go.
It's okay, no one can.
B and C. All right, there we go. Yes, I will grab those out right now. So, Quaddle, thank you very much. Recently, I felt the need to say that in a world where negativity can be overwhelming, I can't put into words how much Lorebeards has meant to me. Both of you really taught me how to be positive, constructive about the things I care about. Thank you. It's very
thanks. Kind. I mean, thanks a lot, actually, because we obviously love this stuff. We can't help ourselves. But we're not fanboys. I mean, we are. We're more like fangirls, truth be told.
Yeah.
But we're not. And by that, I mean, we don't accept everything that we see that's being created for Warhammer and say, well, it's just the best, because lots of it isn't. But that doesn't mean we can't be positive about the fact that some of it's just not very well put together. In fact, if anything, sometimes that's the bits we like most, because it's the bits that poses the oddest and most interesting questions when you try to justify some of the weirdness that Warhammer offers. And yeah, it might sound super contradictory at first glance, but some of the best Lorebeards episodes I think we've had is when we've looked at something that's really just borked and broken, and we've gone, yeah, but what if we looked at it this way? Then it could be something cool, and suddenly we're both nodding our heads going, this fucking rocks. So yeah, thanks. I really appreciate that others like that, because we kind of can't help ourselves. We're going to do it that way anyway.
Yeah, and I'll say something that has somehow landed me in a lot of hot water lately, of that it costs nothing to take a positive look towards the things you're dealing with, even if they're not the best or they're flawed.
It's a bad take, Sotek.
Yeah, I know. Terrible.
That's a bad take. Terrible take. I can't believe you'd say that.
Is that man saying we should be nice? Kill him. Kill that man.
No, stop. Bad take. I just think that's a terrible take. Look, I've got a lot of sympathy for people who have difficulties with the stuff that they love not being as perfect as it could be, because we certainly do here all the time. There's a whole manner of shit that we wish was different with Warhammer, but life's too short to get too caught up and angry about things. There's other things in life to get more bothered by.
Oh god, ain't that the truth? Tablum, Baston at the lowest B tier for.
Oh, we've got ourselves a movement.
Oh yeah, for the Parisian of Bretonnia. Also, Bordello directly translates to edge of the water in French, like Bordeaux.
The border of the water.
IRL is water edge, but nice pun though.
And it really is. I really quite like it, and the place being both a pun and a pun that makes sense, I kind of love. I think he said the lowest, not the highest. B tier.
Lowest B tier. You're correct.
Yeah, you're right. Screw those Bastoniers.
He did specify.
Thanks to Blam, you rock.
All right, and that is time.
Alrighty, time. So we've got ourselves a bit of a split here between, let's end that poll because I hadn't actually finished it, where Z and A are super close over in the LAWhammer channel, and I do mean super close. 47 for A and 45 for Z.
Oh, that's actually, wow. Okay, Twitch is 47% for A and 40% for Z.
Well, looks like we've got a clear A so far.
Yeah, and then Lorebeards is 56% Z and 40% A.
Ooh, well, given that two of the channels have gone A, I think we kind of have to go A. Yeah, sure, makes sense. So Bordello being an A doesn't seem unfair. It's in the south of Bretonnia, which makes it one of the safer areas. It is super close to two areas of danger. To the north, we've got ourselves, well, we'll get to exactly what lies to the north very, very soon. But over to the east, we've also got the deep forest lands where the beastmen are. However, having said that, though, it has carved itself out a unique place in Bretonnian society. I don't think A is particularly unfair. How do you feel?
No, yeah, I think that's actually a very reasonable place for it. In that it's a very successful kingdom where the people are able to indulge in lives of like luxury, which seems to indicate that it's a place that's doing very well for itself. And also, it's also one of my favorite dukedoms because it has that really unique flair of like Manon and the lady, as opposed to being mostly focused on the lady, which gives it like a really nice spice.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, no, I like that. It's got a nice place. Now, the next one, I'm not even going to deign to recognize. And I'm not going to deign to recognize for one reason only. Hawk, if you are going to bring in an unexpected little addition to our Bretonnian duchies, make sure you include all of the additional ones, because you missed one that I would have included down in Araby.
Okay. Well, to be fair, that we could still add it, like right now.
No, we don't have any. Nope, we're sticking to our duchies, goddammit. So I'm going to let you bring on when I'm like, Lustria, Bretonnians, get ahead of it.
Okay, so Bregon is, for those that don't know, it's something that has become that's become very relevant again due to Total War primarily, which led to it also getting a very big focus over in the new Lustria book that came out. Which, for those that don't know, Bregon is a notable fort or hamlet is probably the best way to describe it, that was founded on the Scorpion coast of Lustria. It was a fairly recent place that had a lot of extreme success initially. Like, the settlers were having a really good time with a lot of the agriculture.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. Hawk says, you could have said something before. That would involve me actually looking.
Yeah, Hawk's like, hey, could y'all double check to make sure you like this tier list? We say nothing. Then we show up for the thing.
I fully admit, this is my fault, but I'm still going to bitch.
But the fascinating part about Bregon is that the knights were running out and doing a lot of stuff. They were like, raiding various little ruins, and there were rumors that they were starting to piss off the nearby lizardman city of Fluxlon and such. But suddenly, one day, despite the fact that the city had been, or the hamlet and the fort next to it, which originally had actually come from Paravon, so it was the people of Paravon had come down and settled out here.
It really makes sense. That great coastal nation.
Yeah, it's like you figure it would have been like Bordelot or Liangui, whatever. But one day communication ceased and went completely silent, and rumors speculated that Bregon was Bregon. So very clever. And it was believed by some that perhaps they had pissed off the lizardmen had wiped them out or whatever, but then various sailors that went to the New World mentioned that they had visited the hamlet and lands of Bregon, and it was still there. Bregon was still there, but it was a much darker, more suspicious, twisted, haunted land. And there were starting to be rumors that they had made some sort of bargain with some terrible undead power, perhaps tying back to the vampiric will of the Scourge of Aquitaine. Vaguely alluding to, it was the Red Duke is somehow involved. And basically what happens is that there is a larger Total War brought this back, because they were like, what if we put Bregon in and we put Albrecht de Bordelot there? That way he has like a unique starting location and he's over in Lustria, and that got approved by GW. So like, okay, cool. So we'll just put that there and we'll put Albrecht there. So that's kind of cool. And then the roleplay game for 4th edition went, look, Brion's back. That's cool. In our Lustria book, we're going to do a whole thing about Brion where we're going to like get really into it. And basically what it is that they got essentially turned into many of them got turned into vampires, and it's now like an undead settlement that is controlled by a vampire force that is vaguely tied to the Vampire Coast, but is also vaguely tied to vampiric forces back in Bretonnia. So it's kind of like has a unique, and it's a bit mysterious about whether they're an extension of Luther Harkin, or if they're an extension of the Red Duke, or if they're an extension of another force. But it is a colonial place. It's not a dukedom. It's more of its own little, it's just a little niche in Lustria that is complicated and mysterious and dangerous.
Okay, so I'm saying the obvious one for that was probably A, B, C, D.
What rank is... Well, they don't have the favor of the lady, so they can't be Z. Obviously.
And for those who are interested in what I was referring to, as I'm busy creating this poll as I go, there is also a Bretonnian great crusader city down in Araby, which, for good or ill, was called Antoch. And Antoch was the primary focus point of Warhammer Fantasy Battle 5th edition, where the Lizardmen were facing off against the Bretonnians.
Yeah.
And Antoch is right down in the southern part of Bretonnia, up inside the Gulf. And basically, Mazdamundi goes to town on them for various story-related reasons. The city, we really don't know what happens to it. Does it get completely destroyed? Does it not? Do they refound it? Do they not? We don't know. But it was, and yes, exactly, Jaunty Scarecrow, not Antioch, honest. Although Antioch is a bit more Greek in origin than French. So not entirely the best relation there, but it's not too bad. So Antoch down there, and it's a city that no longer really gets mentioned much anywhere, because the whole idea of Crusaders makes some very white-faced writers get very, very, very antsy.
Magladroth, how much would I have to pay to get the Goat Stream early? Instead of having to...
Nah.
It's up to Andy. That one's completely
not doing it. Not doing it. You're going to have to get 10k subs over in LAWhammer before that happens. You can try, Magladroth. Ain't happening. There is no way I'm talking about that deck unless I absolutely have to.
Dumbo,
go subscribe to LAWhammer.
Invest on. I think we covered the Black Chasm well enough, hopefully, for you. But basically, Skaven.
Yeah, Skaven down at the bottom of it, and all manner of weirdness.
Yeah, because it's big. Like at its widest, I think it's like 200 yards wide, and it's like bottomless, or believed to be bottomless because it goes so far down. Mm-hmm. Thunder and Silence. Very interested to see where Liang Gui and Bordelot end up on the list, having been planning a world-spanning seafaring Wolfred 4th edition campaign where both will feature quite heavily, as they should.
Good luck. They are perfect. A perfect pair of dukedoms to include for that.
Bava, which duchy has the best art scene? Ooh.
We're going to be getting to that very soon.
Yeah, not quite there yet. Donoman, damn Aquitanians, they ruined Aquitaine. You Aquitanians sound like a contentious people. You just made an enemy for life. Yeah. Brock 6000, if there was a dukedom or town in one where the nobles made everyone sing like they are in a musical, think Camelot, which would it be? Wolfrup idea. Probably somewhere in Bordelot because they're smashed.
Yeah, that would be an obvious one, but we're also going to get to that.
Yes. Biofoot, Andy, 2025. I'd fuck that, Red Duke. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. Jerry Rose, in combat, how does a Knight of the Realm compare in combat prowess to either other elite human cavalry, Empire Knights, Reichsguard, Griffin Legion, lore, etc.?
Yeah.
They compare fine.
Yeah, they're fine. They're all much of a muchness. I mean, your Knights of the Realm have got their own little vows that they swear. Your Empire Knights have got their own little bits. The Griffin Legion get their own little bits. They all get their own little special rules. So they're all, broadly speaking, much of a muchness.
Yeah.
You could argue Bretonnian Knights are slightly better because slightly faster horses often give them better weapon skill depending upon how it lies down, and you wouldn't be wrong. Bretonnian Knights are broadly a bit better, but much of a muchness.
Yeah, they would, against the Griffin Legion and the Reichsguard, they would probably struggle. Those guys are pretty elite, but like regular Empire Knights versus Knights of the Realm would be pretty on par.
I mean, your Knights of the Realm are pretty elite as well when you look at them stat on stat.
True.
Yeah. Stat on stat. They're not bad.
Bloom Bull. Difference between a Hippogriff nest and a Pegasus nest.
The horse shit.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit different.
Yeah. Also, Hippogriffs are really, really mean. they are very territorial, like horrifically territorial creatures. All right, that is time.
Already. Okay, let's have no great surprise here. It's deep in D territory.
So much D.
And you know what? Rightly so too. And to some degree, I'm also, just because I was very unfair to Hawk, I'll just say first, thanks Hawk for putting together this list. Every time we do one of these, Hawk's come along and volunteers to put these together, and we obviously say yes, thanks, because it means that we don't have to. But all of you enjoy this because of Hawk, so everyone should say thanks to Hawk. He kicks ass. And I'd also like to say, for the one that was missed, Antoch, in this regard, because we included Bregon, we just include Antoch as the same part, because largely it's pretty much going to get the same vote.
Yep.
Thanks, Hawk.
The Great Duke of Massive Oracle is the best. The Reddens is only faster. Yeah, I can't remember who's the war boss currently in charge of Massive Oracle. I think it's notated.
I can't recall. Plus, one over that entire area sounds like a nonsense anyway.
Yeah, there's no current Wa coming down from it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a bit of a mess. We'll grab just a couple more here. We remember Aquitaine. Oh god, it's Ricky Chapman. We remember Aquitaine. We went to all the provinces in Bretonnia in our Chaos campaign. Aquitaine was kind of a boring place to raid. Yep.
Okay.
That is honestly, that's one of its best defenses, I think, is that there's not that much there for attackers. All right, next up.
Is that seriously the case? According to Total War, it's Grom. Have they put Grom in the Massive Oracle?
Yeah, they did put Grom there just because they wanted him to just be somewhere different. And so, actually, they wanted him to be close to Yivris without putting him in Yivris, and that was the closest place they could stack him.
Not really where I'd have put him, but sure. Why not? It's as good a place as any, right?
Lore-wise, he has no business being there. But gameplay-wise,
no business being there at all. Where are we off to next? Brion! Brion is in the very south of Bretonnia, the southwest. And it is in, well, hell. Let's use a single word to describe it. Can we pull up the map so that everyone can see?
Yes.
In fact, I could have done that myself. What am I doing? I could have done that.
It's all right.
Holy crap.
Lucky. I'll just
thanks very much, lucky boy.
Do everything for you.
If you're going to be a mage, you could at least dressed as one. That'd have been awesome. Anyway, Brion is, almost without compare, the most tranquil, sun-drenched, fairy tale Bretonnian realm that you can get your hands on. Yeah, sure, down in the south, we butt up against the mountains, but you know what? The mountains are a pain in the arse to get through down there. It's much easier getting over from over to Estalia, over onto the almost couldn't get my west and east there, western side. Brion is known for being broadly the jewel of the south. It has fertile lands. It has people who are known for their great love of courtly love, of poetry, of music, of the refined things in life. Some of the greatest vineyards are down here as well. Vineyards, I apologize. Some of the greatest, in fact, loosely, some of the greatest of everything can be found down in Brion. The most noble knights are said to come from Brion. The most appreciative of what it is to be honourable and right and true. The peasants live in, by comparison to other parts of Bretonnia, in almost, I hesitate to say this because nowhere's great in Bretonnia, but they live in almost a lap of luxury by comparison. It is quite literally that sun-drenched land down to the south, more than far enough away from the Forest of Loren to never worry about a wild hunt or anything similar, more than far away from the Forest of Shalon or the Forest of Arden that beastmen almost don't exist as a threat. You could argue that down to the south, we should surely be having all manner of greenskin attacks coming from the mountains, but in truth, most of those tend to head towards Carcassonne instead, because of the natural way that the mountains lie. The great swooping slopes in the south of Brion are almost a natural barrier to easy invasion, meaning that Brion is actually kind of great. And I know that that's a weird thing to say, but it is. And one of the reasons why it's naturally kind of great is because it has inherited a great deal of land that were originally not part of Brion. It was originally part of, this is going to stretch my memory. Okay. Quilo? Was it Quilo? Quilo. I'm going to go with Quilo. Somebody go look that up. So there was originally a province that was down in the south. It was destroyed by orcs during the time of Gilles Breton, as I recall. And it was called Quilo. And Quilo was split between neighbouring provinces, and Brion got a good chunk of that. And Brion has successfully managed to take that to great advantage. It has some ports and they are relatively rich because of the great breadbasket that their land represents. But we're not talking the hyper busy ports of Bordeaux, or Longueuil up to the north. We're just talking standard busy ports. They're a little bit too inland, in sea, to get the great benefits that you get from the more natural ports that you get further up the coastline. But nevertheless, all the way down here, the seas are calm. The weather is great. Ooh, it's Quilo. Fucking yeah. Sorry, pardon me. It's late at this side. Okay, 10 to 12. Is it 10 to midnight? The fact I remember Quilo has made me a happy man. Yeah, it is, broadly speaking, a really peaceful realm. Of course, it being Warhammer. The second I say that, you immediately go, but isn't this where fight X, Y, and Z happens? And the answer is yes. It has had its fair share of war, particularly with Estalia over towards one side, with the mountains down to the south, even with and against other Bretonnians. Of course it has, because it's part of Warhammer. But in comparison to the eternal war that you often get in Warhammer, Brionne is kind of awesome.
Yeah, so there's a couple of fun little aspects of Brionne that kind of show how well off they are. And like Andy said, it's a land where the people there say that everyone, not just the nobles, but everyone born in Brionne is born a poet. And they love the arts. They love singing and poetry and all of these various aspects of showcasing the artisanal skills of the soul. This has, however, in some funny ways led to various issues. There is a note about how the people of Brionne are obsessed with the concept of courtly love, like to a ridiculous extent, to the point where there is a whole aspect where to the people of Brionne, the ultimate love story is the aspect of courtly love, which, for those that don't know, courtly love is something that actually originates from our own world's history. It's this very kind of silly story that came back from the Crusades, where you have someone that pines, like two people fall in love, but it's like a noble woman who's usually married to somebody else falling in love with a young, dashing knight, and they can't consummate their love because that would be against the rules. So they love one another from a distance, and the knight goes off and does all these crazy things to like be a great noble knight, and his would-be lover can only last on the tales of his heroics and wondering if he'll come back alive. And in the stories that the people of Brionne like to write, a really, really famous one being Clovis and Ermegild, is that the knight comes back being a Grail Knight, and he just happens, through sheer luck, to return just as the woman he loves husband just happens to die. So they can consummate their love and become married and be together, because and there's no issues whatsoever. Real life, this doesn't tend to be the case. Older men do not tend to conveniently die so that the younger men can take their wives. So this is a land where a lot of adultery happens. A lot. People fuck in Brionne. They are
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Z-ranked.
And so this leads to a lot of like assassinations and honor duels and sometimes full-on fights between various like minor lords and stuff. And then you have the Duke Theodoric. Duke Theodoric is known for two big reasons. The first is that in battle, he is said to be an absolute nightmare. He is terrifying. He wields a big old battle axe, and he just tears people apart, and he likes to lead from the front, and he's almost always wounded in battle because he almost fights like a berserker. Like he has a form of battle lust that can sometimes make other Bretonnians a little uncomfortable. But outside of battle, he is a patron of the arts. He's super duper friendly. A lot of people really like him. He loves music and song and stories of love. He writes his own poetry and stuff, which apparently they have this goofy quote of that he's good enough that minstrels can pretend that he's amazing without feeling like they're completely lying. But the most amusing thing about him is that the Duke is such he's a horn dog. He sleeps with everybody. He loves adultery. He loves it. He likes to fuck anything that moves. If they're like even remotely good looking, he gets around, much to the terror of the noble men of the lands and the delight, it's said, of the noble women. Apparently, he's a very enthusiastic lover. The other thing about Brionne is that there is a mystery at the heart of this kingdom, which is really interesting, which is that their greatest threat is not actually many like big enemies. Even the men, I would bet even the men, but they wouldn't write that in this book. But I would bet even the men. I think this dude just sleeps with anybody.
Yeah,
for him,
no doubt.
For him, it's about the poetry of it. It's about the forbiddenness of the love.
Yeah.
He would sleep with anybody. Anyway,
agreed.
But the more scandalous, the more exciting it is. But Brionne has a curse, which is that every year a new plague shows up. And this plague sweeps through Brionne, kills a good amount of people, and then basically vanishes. And it's a different plague, so it's not like the same plague comes back every time. The plague will present differently almost every year, but it shows up very commonly, sweeps through, and then vanishes. And for the people of Brionne, it's very weird, but it's just kind of a part of life. It's something they kind of try and deal with and have to avoid. But it's incredibly mysterious, and no one knows what causes it. There have been cults of Nurgle rooted out, but they don't seem to be the consistent cause of it. And it's just one of the great mysteries of Bretonnia. What could be causing it? Who knows?
It is also worth noting that this is the Warhammer world, so not that uncommon.
Yeah, it's not that weird.
It's not that uncommon.
Yeah,
I mean, most places have disease sweeping through them most of the time. The fact that there's only one sweeping through each year, if anything, is the thing that's actually uncommon down in Brionne. In fact, it in some respects shows why Brionne is so special in its own way, because they actually pay attention to the fact that disease sweeps through.
I know,
and they note it.
It's
what the hell?
Some other just cutesy things about it is that the rulers of this land care more about the presentation of beauty, to the point that their land is so rarely attacked by anything substantial that their castles and fortifications are built for appearance, not defensibility. So like they like these like beautiful big open windows, and they build them in ways where it accents the curve of the land instead of building it in like the most defensible location. And there are some rulers that are even so notorious that they want the villagers that are in view of the castle to have beautiful villages. They want them to look nice. So like if they start looking dirty and stuff, they'll tear it down and build a new one because they're like, no, it has to be aesthetically pleasing. Which sometimes causes issues because, the peasants do dirty work. Farming causes dirt and dust and mud and all these things, to the extent where they'll say things like, if you're coming into town, you have to wash off before you come into town. The people are like, and it's a whole thing, which is very funny.
So yeah, this is a toughie to place down, because I can imagine some people hating a realm of pure privilege, because in some respects it is. But I can equally see some going, well, this is clearly the only place I would ever want to live in Bretonnia, because the rest of it sounds a bit shit by comparison. Also fair. So how does the DACD on this one sound?
Yeah, I think that's
a nice split vote. Okay, so let's sum this one up as Sotek is sorting his side. Brionne is a tranquil, peaceful realm in a kingdom that is otherwise known for being at war with itself. It's a place of love. It's a place of music. It's a place of sunshine down in the south of the realm. And it is a place of great fortifications that are simply beautiful. The fairy tale castle of Bretonnia, as it's often known, is sourced from Brionne. The very fairy tales of Bretonnia are often sourced from Brionne. It's a place of great musical theatre. It is a place of great calm in comparison to elsewhere, but it is also a place of privilege where, to call out its greatest problem, they have to suffer a plague once a year. Where most of the realm of Bretonnia are suffering from multiple plagues every single year. And the fact that it's notable in Brionne tells you how privileged this place is. Now, if privilege bothers you, then this is somewhere you might want to vote low. But if you just look at this and go, hell, If I was going to live anywhere, this is where I want to live. It sounds fucking great. You should probably aren't wrong in that. It's got its downsides like anywhere does, but it's not a bad place to live. If you think that part is important, then yeah, sure, drop it in on the higher C to A side. However, if you think conflict is a core component of what makes people good in Warhammer, because they are pushed and stressed and forced to thrive, then you might rate it lower. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost as if some ancient ruler, perhaps the founder of Bretonnia itself, made some kind of pact with a spirit or something, and that plague, in some ways, maybe it's what protects them. Who could say?
Could very well be. I mean, it is very close to a land of myth and magic.
Yeah, the Forest of Shalons is actually like super fucking magical.
Yeah.
I mean, all the forests of Bretonnia are, but like the Forest of Shalons is notably, and it's not that far away. Anyway, it's time.
Let's dive through a bunch of super chats.
Yeah, we're gonna dive through a fun. I'm gonna let this poll last a little longer. That way we can get caught up a bit. So we were at here, the Boogeyman. Have you considered a stream on the various beasts of the Warhammer world? Pegasi, Wyvern, Shard Dragons, Ragnarok Spiders, etc. So yes, unfortunately, we can't do it that broad because we would not get to talk about anything, and it would 5 hours.
We'd only get through like 4 or 5 of them. That's about it.
So, like, we've done a stream on the Spider God, where we talked a lot about the various spiders. Now, I would say it's very likely we will probably do a dedicated Spiders of the Warhammer World stream. But, like, we did a stream on dragons, for instance. A stream, there is, the answer is yes. And this might be, like, this is actually a good idea for one of the future polls we might do, is we might just do 3 different beast types that are kind of generalist, and that just gives us an excuse to talk about it. But, like, we've done a stream on dragon ogres. We've done a stream on dragons. We've done a stream on stuff like that. So we'll get around to all these things eventually, but it's slow going. Bifocal King. It would be funny if the real reason of the 2 families fighting. Oh, back in oh god, what kingdom was that? That was No, it was
no. That was Aquitaine.
Aquitaine. Is that they both had daughters and they ran off together and the families blame each other for it. That would be very funny. And would also be, that would be a cute way to do that. That would actually be quite funny. Cole Patterson, what are the noble titles of Bretonnia? I've seen Knight, Baron, Duke, and King/Rourke, but what about the others? Is a female knight a dame? I mean, I've seen stuff like a Marquis.
There's Marquis. There's all manner of different titles across Bretonnia, because Bretonnia is a really, really fucking big place. Far bigger than France, far bigger than, it's almost the size of Europe. It's that fucking huge. Remember, this is the Warhammer world. It's not the real world. Everything's a bit bigger. It's not as big as Europe, but it's still pretty big. So there's all manner of titles across all of it, with a few of them being held in. I mean, you'll get equivalent to comps, counts, and similar as well. All the titles that you expect in the Empire have their equivalents over in Bretonnia.
Yeah, also, there's kind of a fun thing where not all titles are gendered. A lot of the times, it depends. There are some circumstances, usually when you're dealing with certain titles, like I don't genuinely think that in Bretonnia, if you were the Duke, but you happen to be a woman, I think they'd still call you a Duke. I don't think they'd call you a Duchess.
I don't know. They probably would. Duchess. Yeah, they probably would. I mean,
you think so? Because it's inconsistent. But
of course they're inconsistent. But I think that's probably a better way of looking at it. In some parts, the more martial parts, they may take more male traditions. In other parts, they'll go for more gender terms. It'll depend entirely on where you're from. Where people have got more desire to separate themselves, and other people got more desire to pull themselves together. Different parts of Bretonnia will have different answers.
Yeah, that being said, for the ranks of knights, I don't think I've ever seen. Well, we don't. Bretonnian knights being women.
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I'm running off of my memory here. Brion ends at the river, doesn't it? The River Brienne. It doesn't end in the mountains. I'm remembering it goes into the south, because Carcassonne goes right across. That's correct.
Yes, it ends at the river.
Okay, cool. So it's even more protected than what I said like 2 minutes ago. It doesn't have a mountains to the south at all. The maze-like mountains over the far side is in Carcassonne. So yeah, it's even more protected than what I was saying. Running off my memory. Always a good place to begin.
Said, I haven't seen anything written yet about female knights having a unique title. They might add that going forward, but I haven't seen it yet.
I think it's quite likely you'll get, because you get duchesses, you get baronesses and the like, so I think you'll get some. But I think it's far more like
duchess. Okay, there you go.
Cool. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So it's going to happen.
In the old world, there's also a Sir Leona. So so in that case,
equally doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so it'll be mixed.
Yeah, most male writers don't like the term dame. They just don't like it, and it makes them feel weird.
How does Artois, more heavily forested terrain, impact the amount of cavalry they field? I imagine the knights are more used to fighting on foot compared to other duchies/dukedoms.
Kinda, but do remember that even though that small amount of land over to the far west of Artois looks small, it's fucking huge.
Yeah, that is it's
still
land.
A very large territory. So it's easy to say, yeah, that's going to be the case for some parts of Artois, but for the vast majority of Artois, they're knights like any other.
Yeah. So, I don't. When you look at this, it's easy to look at that and go, "Oh, that's a really tiny amount of space. There must not be that much there." That's where the vast majority of the people live.
Yeah, totally. Agreed.
All right, and that is time.
Oh, we already in time. Let's have a quick check. I wasn't watching that one. Oh, okay. We've got a pretty. We actually have a slightly split vote here. Wow, it's actually really quite split. So it's split 3 ways almost. Where's it gone? My vote just vanished.
So I'll go first while you're finding.
Yeah, you go first. Where I find where it disappeared on this side. I'm crashing a lot on this side.
Twitch was split purely for 57% A, 43% Z.
Interesting. 36% A, 33% Z, and almost 30% C. So almost split 3-way. But A is a clear winner over on YouTube.
And Lorebeards YouTube was 48% A, 36% Z, and 9% C.
Sure, A it is then.
So A it is. Which, I mean, if I had to pick a kingdom to live in, Brionne would probably be in my top 3.
Okay, so we've got a choice now. Does Bordelot or Brionne go higher between the two? On one side, we've got ourselves our vineyard drunkard lot. On the other side, we've got Brionne, the place of playwrights, fuckers, and the occasional disease.
In my opinion, I think Bordelot is higher ranked because it's much more important to the kingdom overall, that it's one of the naval superpowers.
It's not really a superpower.
Well, of Bretonnia.
It's a trading superpower, though. I'd say that merchant fleet wise, definitely. I'd say in terms of the fleet, definitely. Although Brionne is a bigger breadbasket in terms of the overall what it provides, and a lot of that will go up to Bordelot. It's
I clicked the wrong button. There we go.
I didn't like being here anyway. See you later. For me, it's a toss-up between the two rather than one appears better.
Yeah, because they're roughly equivalent in size.
Yeah, they are. And Brionne does have its own port, and it's a big one too. It's a big city. It's a toughie. I mean, Bordelot has much more conflict with Mousselon to the north and with the Forest of Chalons to the side. It's Chalon, pardon me. It's a dangerous place in comparison to Brionne, but it's also a place that brings more benefit. It's like a 50-50 toss-up for me. So if you think that Bordelot's better, quite happy to capitulate on that one.
Yeah, I think that I still put Bordelot higher because I think as the cultural linchpin for Manon is really, really unique and interesthing.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that does for me.
I think that's a better Duke. That's all over. I think Duke Albrecht is a better Duke than Theodoric.
Depends on your taste, really.
All right.
Sounds good. Where are we off to next?
We are off to Carcassonne.
Carcassonne. Okay, so for those of you who, like me, are a bit of a board gamer, Carcassonne will immediately say one thing to you, and that's little square tiles with funny-looking castles on them and farmers that like lying down to claim their fields. That is not Carcassonne. of Warhammer. Carcassonne of Warhammer is not lots of pretty little castles sitting on top of mountaintops. No, it's fortresses. In fact, Carcassonne is known primarily for one thing: war.
Mm-hmm.
War and also war. Carcassonne is not besieged in any fashion as we would understand it, surrounded by all manner of terrible creatures. Instead, it's just in a state of almost total conflict because of the vast range of mountains down to the south of it. And to make matters a little bitty worse, it's not just the mountains that they have to contend with. Because as you reach the eastern part of Carcassonne, you hit somewhere arguably worse. Athelloren.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Athelloren, we're going to be discussing more when we hit Canal, because Athelloren has changed Canal. And it's also, to a degree, changed Carcassonne, which has got somewhat of a floating border with Athelloren. Because if you go down to the southern parts of Athelloren here, you notice this is where many of their great horse lands are. And it's a big, open, free area. The border is not quite as clean as any map might try to tell you. But the war that happens in and around these areas is prevalent. The Wood Elves and the Bretonnians fight here a lot. It's one of their most common battlefields, primarily because much of the land that's claimed by Athelloren down there isn't forested. It's open areas where lots of horses roam free, meaning that Bretonnians also like that shit because, hell, they can take those horses too. And that does not go down particularly well. In fact, you can see it quite clearly there. If you look at the forest of Loren, and if you look down at the southern side of that map, you'll see that the forest doesn't extend all the way down to the mountains. And yeah, as far as your average Carcassonne lord is concerned, it's their fucking land. As far as your average wood elf is concerned, nope, those tins that are coming over full of humans can get properly to fuck. So there is quite a lot of conflict down in the south. But there is much more conflict down amongst the mountains, meaning that the martial traditions that come out of Carcassonne are almost second to none in Bretonnia. It's not just that they fight constantly and arguably more than other places. It's not just that. It's that they have strong martial traditions. These traditions are arguably much more martial than the other Bretonnia tribes that you find elsewhere. They are militaristic in a way that most other provinces are not. Even their peasants are known for their militaristic attitudes, for going to war. And that is something that you should always consider when you're, for example, building yourself a nice Bretonnian army. Carcassonne makes for a fine Bretonnian army source. It is a fun place for your Bretonnian armies, but not a fun place for Bretonnians to live. The land itself in its northern parts is particularly verdant, particularly ripe. It is arguably in size one of the biggest breadbaskets in Bretonnia. Arguably, because as we're about to see, there is another one to come which is arguably bigger. But most of the wealth of Carcassonne doesn't flow through Carcassonne. It flows through Brion.
Mm-hmm.
And Brion gets most of its wealth. Brion is influential in more ways than you might imagine, because Carcassonne has also got a strong warrior poet aesthetic. There are many within, particularly the north of Carcassonne, who very much believe in, again, those ideas of not just noble love, but courtly love, and doing it that way. Carcassonne and Brion share many things where their borders are close, but the further away you get from Brion, the more militaristic things become. But there's always that slight underpinning of, yes, but we are warrior poets. We are not simply just warriors. We are warriors who think. We are warriors who do. Amongst the peasants, there is also another great I mean, it's not great. I mean, that's far too much of an exaggeration for what they are. but there is a large prevalence of shepherds because the land down in the south, the foothills there, is not the most arable. It's also not the most fertile. The further away you get from the River Brienne, the less fertile it gets, although going up the main primary arteries of the rivers towards the vaults down in the south, lots of fertility there. But as you move up into the vaults, lots of shepherds. And these shepherds are, again, somewhat like the militaristic Carcassonneurs. Is it Carcassonneurs? I can't recall.
Carcassonians is what
Carcassonians, of course it is. I mean, probably almost certainly written by David Chart. So the Carcassonniers, apparently, they still have that strong military tradition running through them, in that they tend to fight first, run second, but it's nothing in comparison to the strong militaristic attitude you get elsewhere. What would you like to add to that?
So the shepherds of Carcassonne are actually really interesting because it's a cultural thing. It's not just like a casual job, because the people of Carcassonne, they live such a life of constant battle against the greenskins of the Arana Mountains that they don't. It is such a warrior culture. We'll get into it more in a little second. But the shepherdesses, in particular, the vast majority of which are women, are known for being absolute ass kickers. They roam by themselves, not only defending the herds, but they act as scouts, warriors, and ambush specialists that not only see like enemies incoming, but will deal with them or send words and alerts. And many of them are paid incredibly well because some are full-on mercenaries. Normally, Bretonnia has like a bit of a feeling towards hiring mercenaries, but the shepherd system is seen as a bit of an exemption. The people of Carcassonne very much play by the rules of the laws of chivalry, but they intentionally play with like the fuzzy parts, where like according to Carcassonnian law, you are supposed to pay a shepherdess or a shepherd 50 pennies a day, but it is considered very common for a lord in Carcassonne to go, oops, I dropped this bag of gold in front of the shepherdess, silly me, and walk away. For her to use to either hire additional, pay her actual wages so that she can upgrade her equipment or hire additional individuals that she needs. And it is a place where warrior culture is very, very heavy. A lot of people, when they are born in Carcassonne, have a sword made for them, which is called their birth sword, which ties back to some of the original stories to do with the founder and everything, where every ruler of Bretonnia is wielding a sword that they were given at birth. Like, you are given a sword when you're born. Your parents are like, this is your sword that you can wrap your little baby hand around, and I'm going to hang it up on the wall until you're of age and you can wield it. And that goes for the lords, the dukes, the knights, and even many among the common folk who can afford it. Which is more than other lands. Like, the peasants of Carcassonne know how to fight. And some other fun little things is the Duke is actually really interesting. So Duke Hubald of Carcassonne is small. He is said to be the smallest of the dukes, but while he is small, he is very fast, wiry, and scrappy, rather than like a hulking giant of metal. And the thing that's really interesting about him is that he does not engage in war using the laws of chivalry because he finds them to be impractical. He's very notorious for stating that he uses ambush tactics, deceit tactics, and clever ruses to slaughter greenskins, because he has said that greenskins are monstrous creatures, and they are, because they burn villages and all they do is raid and loot, they are undeserving to be fought with honor, so he refuses to use honorable tactics to deal with them, which is really cool. He's a man that realizes that he does not have the luxury of saying, well, we're going to do the honorable thing and follow the rules of engagement. He says, nah, fuck that, greenskins are terrifying, we'll do whatever it takes to win. Which is very unique for a duke. He also is noted for also being particularly not super talkative. Like, he's a small guy that doesn't like to talk to anybody, but he's very well liked by his soldiers. His people don't find him to be the most inspiring because he likes to say things in the fewest words possible and doesn't like to talk that much. But he is married and he's had a number of kids with his wife, which was an arranged marriage, which apparently surprised a lot of people because a lot of people thought him and his wife wouldn't like each other. But super interesting place. The shepherdesses are really, really cool. There's a lot of funny little notes about people try and like hit on the shepherdesses and like get in with them, even though they're often seen as unwomanly because they're so muscular and can absolutely kick the shit out of people. And so the last thing I'll note is that there's also a sinister force building up in Carcassonne, which is really cool, which sadly Games Workshop never ran with, which were called the Iron Orcs.
Iron Orcs.
Yeah, which are not Black Orcs. Iron Orcs were this mysterious new breed of greenskin that had only been seen in Carcassonne so far, which were orcs that had literal metal growing out of their flesh. And they were like particularly savage and brutal compared even to Black Orcs. But they were only ever seen in Carcassonne, and then they kind of just fell out of the lore and stopped getting mentioned.
Yeah, screw those guys. I say screw those guys because they became like a point of consternation behind the scenes.
Oh.
Yeah, like, how the fuck can these things exist? Oh, oops, yeah. They're reported from something else. So, cut a long story short, Carcassonne is your military part of Bretonnia. And you might go, wait, what? All of Bretonnia is military, isn't it? Yes, it is. So that tells you something. And there's a reason for this that many of you might not realize, because Carcassonne is in the very, very south of Bretonnia. It's also the bridging point between Tilia and Estalia. Mm-hmm. And that matters because way back before Bretonnia was founded, this entire land was conquered by Myrmidia. This was part of Myrmidia's ancient empire, which bound together Estalia, Bretonnia, the southern parts, and over into Tilia. All of this was part of her initial kingdom. And that military component of what it is to be a citizen of the old world underneath Myrmidia's rule has kind of held on. It's not just they're militaristic because they happen to be fighting more. Of course they are, because they're part of the Warhammer world. They're all having a scrap in the Warhammer world. No, it's a holdover from a previous era. And that previous era leaves effectively an entire province down in the south of Bretonnia, strongly influenced by Myrmidia under her aspect as a goddess of strategy and warfare. And it has very much influenced the local folks. So this seems to be an SABC. It seems really harsh to say a D for them. Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm ZABC.
Z. Oh, sorry, I forgot again. Let me get the stupid Z in. Yeah. There we go. Z. It seems fair to me. My concluding remarks for Carcassonne is that it's not a safe place to live. So if safe is important to you, don't choose it. But equally, it is a place with some of the finest warriors that Bretonnia have to offer come from. They are also, because of this, they are quite practical when it comes to war, much like Myrmidians. They are sometimes practical to the point of being seen as dishonorable by other parts of Bretonnia. So take that into account as well when you're thinking about exactly where we should rate it. It is pretty fertile, but not that fertile. In the shadow of the vault, so thus not completely sun-drenched, there's lots of different ways we could take that. What do you think?
Thunder and Silence, this was from 2 hours ago, so I'm not sure which dukedom we were talking about.
It's quite clearly Carcassonne.
Easy A for me. The bravest knight forged in war. Suitable for this moment. Piotr, are all Dukes Grail Knights? No. Only some of them are. How is they are
the tech level?
How is the tech level in Bretonnia? The whole Warhammer world being kept solo for millennia. That is a whole thing.
That's a whole stream. Fucking hell. Because be as blunt as we can about it, it is clearly weird.
Yeah.
The answer of, it's magic, innit? They've got magic, they don't need tech. Bullshit. There is clearly something up here.
Yeah, if you want the very brief IRL answer, which is not at all satisfying, it's that GW sells minis, and so they want all the stories to be about the minis, regardless of which time period they're talking about. So it makes it seem like the tech doesn't advance. But if we take that at face value and we're like, oh, the tech doesn't advance, we could build a story about why that might be the case, and it gets really creepy and really weird.
Yeah, it's a weird one, and the more you look at it, the weirder it gets. But there's a story that Games Workshop doesn't even know it needs to tell there.
Yeah, and I'd have to double check about the Dukes in the old world. I don't think all of them are Grail Knights, but they might be. But they shouldn't be.
They haven't been historically either. Often Dukes will get into power when they're not Grail Knights. The people are told they can't go quest because you've got to inherit, and thus they never quite reach that point.
Bloombull 972. What would you prefer to encounter on a forest trail? A razor gore or an Artois boar? Neither.
No.
Neither would be my answer.
No. No. Bloombull. No.
Yeah, I will say a Artois boar is smaller and slightly less fucked up than a razor gore, but it also prefers its victims alive and screaming. So I'd probably go with the Artois boar because maybe I'd have a better chance of getting away because they're not as fucked up and horrible and mutated. Sure. The razor gores are horrible things. I don't know. They both suck. I'm going to die either way. So what does it matter?
Yeah, they suck. Just no.
Scott Martin, the City of Mutants. It's called the City of Beastmen, but it's actually inhabited by mutants. Makes me think of the Barbarai from Vampire Hunter D.
I haven't watched that in a freaking age.
A group of ostracized weirdos who have to survive off their own strength. So the tragic thing about the City of Beastmen is they got mutated by Warpstone, right? But after they got mutated, their village leader guy basically rallied the people together despite their mutations, and they killed the Skaven. Like, they beat them. They won. And then he basically held court afterwards where they had every single member of the community interrogated. And if their mutations caused them to just be too dangerous or too insane and they couldn't be rationalized with, they put them down. That way, the only people that were left were rational thinking normal people that just happened to be mutated. Is the trash. Like, they're not bad people. They're normal people, but they realize that because they're mutants, if they leave,
they're fucked.
They're fucked.
Yeah, they are.
So it's tragic. Ricky Chapman, Artois, great place. Got some Beastman herds to Ricky. Got some Beastman herds to join us. Our party's corn worshiper got a Breton pet named Dave. Had it bound behind a magic cage. I feel like Dave might be that's a curious choice to give as a name. Did the poll finish already? Or did I not?
Mine hasn't. Mine's going.
Twitch chat, did the poll already end or did I forget to send it?
There's an A over in Twitch, apparently.
Yeah, well, apparently I was talking too long. All right, time's up.
Okay, cool. Well, if we're going over to the LAWhammer YouTube, it's Z that wins at just over 50, and at 42% an A. Okay, so there's a split there. What does Lorebeards say?
So Lorebeards says, come on, pop up. Hold on, it's thinking. It's considering its options. There we go. 47% Z, and then 21% of a tie between A and B.
Well, it looks like it's a Z. Wow.
Looks like it's a Z.
Interesting. So the war-torn duchy to the south, sorry, dukedom, we are talking Bretonnia here, dukedom to the south has been ranked as a Z by all of you. Interesting. Do I think Carcassonne is a Z, the best that Bretonnia has to offer? No.
I personally would not put it Z, but that's because of what I'm evaluating is probably different than what y'all might be evaluating.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Like if I was ranking where do I think the best warriors in the kingdom come from, it would probably be
Carcassonne's going really up there.
Yeah. Oh boy. It's time to head to the capital, the current capital in the era of France.
I always find this one fun. Cologne. Right, Cologne. Arguably the real heart of Bretonnia, particularly most recently. Cologne. Now, if we bring our map up, which I can actually do myself this time, because, I don't need to be lazy. Take a look at the fucking size of Cologne up at the north of Bretonnia. Cologne is freaking huge. An enormous northern area. But Cologne, and is it the River Sanez? Is it the River Sanez? Can you see it on there? Can't see it on there. I'm pretty sure it's the River Sanez that defines its southern wobbly border between Cologne and Longueuil, and Cologne and Gizereau, and Cologne, Gizereau and Longueuil. That'll be it. Over on the other side. the land to the north of this is basically one gigantic march. Now, what does that mean? It's a big, open set of plains that are not the most fertile, but not the least. And the further north you go, the more storm-tossed it becomes as you get closer and closer towards what eventually leads off towards the Sea of Chaos, far to the north beyond that. The coastline of Corone is ragged, rocky, and often broken, and does not make for good natural ports. Indeed, for all it is, largely, almost the biggest, almost, but not quite, almost the biggest of the coast that you will find in any one of the dukedoms. It is also, when it comes to the military that can be deployed on sea, almost negligible. Brionne, down in the south, is a far bigger merchant fleet, and fleet in general. Corone's one is much smaller, because that is not what Corone is known for. There's a few things that you can say Bretonnia as a whole is known for, but there is nothing that they're more known for than knights. It is knights. Riding horses. And for all the very best steeds might come from maybe Canel, maybe Carcassonne, Corone and the great marches that largely dominate it is where you get by far the most horse riders. And this is also something that sort of breaks the army list. Because in the army list, you don't get peasant horsemen. You just don't. The horsemen are knights. But in Corone, every fucker is a horseman. Pretty much everyone. The Corone army list should have units of peasants riding horses, not just squires who might be or might not be proper. Everybody on horses, horse archers, horse everybodyers, because that's what Corone is about. Corone is very much the duchy of horse riders, and this extends right up to its border with the wasteland as we then move down into the marches between the wasteland and Corone, which are, if anything, even more scrubland and broken, much less capable of being the great breadbaskets you get down in the south. Corone is not the most fertile of lands. It is, of course, arable, particularly along the length of the river, which I'm pretty convinced is still the Sanez. If someone could check that up, that would be great. The Sanez that makes its way all the way through. It is. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciated. It runs right up to the Pale Sisters. Now, the Pale Sisters, I don't think are marked. No, they are marked on that map. The Pale Sisters are at the end of the Grey Mountains as we move up to the Pale Sisters at the end. And these mountains, much like most of the mountains of the old world, are not safe. Which means that Corone is not only one of the great horseman centres of Bretonnia, it is also somewhere where there is quite a lot of conflict, not just because of what might be coming out of the Pale Sisters, but because of their enormous coastline. Because of all the places where the Norse land, they land there more than almost anywhere else. Now, you might go, wait, what? But many Norse are traders. You're right. They land in Longueuil. They go round to Bordelot. They go to Brionne. But when it comes to the, hey, we're the bad guy Norse from the north who are just out of Viking doing a bit of raiding, here we go, they tend to hit Corone first. The wasteland is so called for a reason. There is not an enormous slew of communities there for the Norse to raid because they've been doing that for centuries already. Corone is arguably a far harder place to land, and because of that, it tends to get landed on more nowadays than it did in the past. Those difficult, jagged cliffs are a core source of danger for Corone, and indeed Corone as a whole is probably the most externally attacked of all the Bretonnian duchies. Not only do they have problems with, say, for example, literal chaos forces from the north, Norse coming, dark elf raids coming for slaves. Longueuil often has some bit of an issue with this, as does Lyonesse, but Corone takes the lion's share of the worst of all of these attacks, meaning that Corone is, much like many parts of Bretonnia, somewhat besieged. It is also the heart of Bretonnia as it stands, because this is currently where King Leoncoeur himself rules.
Yeah, Corone is.
Figured I'd leave that for you since you're doing people.
Sure. Corona is really a very fascinating place. Like Andy said, it kind of has a divide culturally as well as many other things between the marches and the rest of the land. But as Andy said, horses are the main thing here. If you consider Bretonnia to be the kingdom of horses, then this is absolutely its heart. The marches are believed and agreed by almost all of Bretonnia, not just the people in Corone, to breed the highest quality horses found in Bretonnia. And now in some
not true.
and in some arguments, the old world, which is definitely not true. But
it's not true.
They do have a fuck ton of horses.
Yes, you do.
To the point
That's
that
true.
even the most basic peasants have horses. They usually don't own them. They're usually like, it belongs to whoever their master is. But like, everybody has a horse. If you need to go somewhere, you're riding on a horse. They are not a people that tend to walk places. They have a lot of all of their trails and roads and stuff are designed for horses. This is a land that has the largest and greatest horse races. So they have a lot of really strong tournaments. They have a lot of really strong activities for entertainment that all revolve around the life of horses. So racing and jousting and all that stuff is fundamentally core to Corone. Now things are harsh here in a lot of ways because, like Andy said, they're under attack from a lot of things. You get greenskins coming down from the Pale Sisters, which are a group of mountains that stand at the very tippy top of the range of the Grey Mountains that greenskins are constantly pouring down out of. And like he said, Norskins and Chaos Hordes and Dark Elves. And so Corone is a place that is used to being put under siege. A lot of their castles are very well designed for surviving under siege and also allowing their horses to be used well in sorties and other types of attacks against enemies. But life here in many ways is, from a political standpoint, is pretty good because Lewin, in most accounts, is a very good king. Yeah. He is a king that is very just, where there's a note that Lewin will often make time to go to court and he allows anyone to petition him, whether it's a lord or a peasant. He also, unlike a lot of places in the old world, Lewin believes in the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. So if you come into his court and you're trying to catch people on a technicality and be like, well, according to the fine print, I should be able to do the shitty thing, Lewin will say, no, that is not what that law was intended to mean, and I'm going to rule against you and you're going to have a bad time. But the downside to Lewin is that he can only be in so many places at once. And he also spends a lot of his time out fighting. So while he is great, many other elements of Corone do deal with aspects of corruption. When you have things like the horse races, where there's lots of money in forms of betting and winning and stuff, there is a lot of duplicitous activities at play. You also have a lot of not super necessarily great individuals like the Earl, who controls the marches of Corone, who very much wants his role changed, because currently he is he serves under the Duke of Corone, not the king, but he wants to have his position changed so that it specifically says that he serves under the king, not the Duke. So he would functionally be equivalent in political power to a Duke, and he's also trying to take over Marienburg. So he's like full on sending out raids and very skullduggery type tactics against the people of the wasteland and the Westerland, trying to harass them so that he can start making moves on Marienburg. And that potentially is going to cause problems in the future. But yeah, that's essentially Corone.
So I have an issue here. And I didn't want to say this beforehand, but it's in some respects an issue that Knights of the Grail presented, and that is that Corone had been presented largely as the cultural centre of Bretonnia in many respects. It's where the king was, it's where his court was, it's the closest connecting point through to the Empire, to the Wasteland and elsewhere. And when Knights of the Grail came out and did its first real detailing of it, didn't do any of that. It just made it's the realm of horses.
Total War does a better job than Knights of the Grail does.
Yeah, quite. And in many respects, completely misses the point of what Corone was offering to Bretonnia. Yes, it's got a terrible coast, and yes, horses make a lot of sense up there, but it also went against the core of what the core horses, the strongest horses of Bretonnia came from, which was not far away from the forest of Loren, where the best horses were, because of the wood elves, and they have the best horses, and the Bretonnians were often nabbing them, stealing what they could, using the wild strains of Bretonnian horse from the far south to significantly improve the human horse types of horse rather than the elf horses, for want of a better description. So this is a fine example of, in general, why Knights of the Grail was seen by many when the book came out to be missing the point, in that the point had been established by the battle game because the new roleplay game was going to follow it, and it didn't follow the same routes. It went through a very different set of routes and just made some stuff up. And sometimes that's your job, is to make stuff up because there's nothing there. But for places like Corone, there were. So I feel that it's worth adding for Corone, it is where the king is. And because of that, the entire nature of Corone has changed one way or another. But Luon's been around for a while. So yeah, I think there's probably more to say about Corone. But there's a reason that there isn't much for us to say. Games Workshop's never bothered. It's just never picked up the reins with Corone. Even when you take a look at the old world, basically it goes, yeah, it's a place where people come from. They fight a lot there. You know, it's militaristic, isn't it? Because that's what Bretonnians are. It's barely anything more than we've ever had from Bretonnia already. There's no nice cultural detail. It's nothing more than it's yet more Bretonnians being Bretonnian-like. So I think this is a place where I'm going to just generally bemoan the lack of writing for Bretonnia as a whole, and how most of the writing we've had for it makes Bretonnia one monolithic block. They're basically, all of Bretonnia is just one place where it's knights and peasants in it, and none of the individual duchies have any real character at all. And then the only place where we got the character, unfortunately the character went a bit the wrong way. But what we have is pretty clear. Corone is the Horse Lord's land. And Corone is where the king is. And Corone is besieged from all sides, almost, because we have forests to the south, we've got horrendous raids coming from the north, we've got from the, arguably the east, but there's more to it than that, southeast perhaps, we've got the Pale Sisters, the Greenskins, we've got roaming tribes of beastmen in the area too, and that justifies the more militaristic view that Warhammer definitely takes, even though it's not really discussed on the role-playing side. But all of that aside, I actually don't feel it's fair to call this one a D either. I mean, the king's here for, at the very least. Seems wrong to go D. So ZABC, what do you think?
Yes, I think that is good.
That's
fair? Yeah, because like Total War does a better job, in my opinion, of like adding things here where they talk about like the Abbey of the Grail Companions, where like there's like a whole like legendary like sect of the faith of the Lady of the Lake that's here, which is like a cultural strong point. And then you've also got like the great tournament grounds where all the greatest, most glorious tournaments are, and it's like the most it's like the height of the competitive cultural scene of Bretonnia.
Yeah, totally. Okay, so let's go with it. ZABC and start ball. I've started with the LAWhammer side. Good go. Right. How far behind are we on?
Because the lady. It's the highest.
Because of the lady. Sorry, Draymond. You came late. You missed that one. I argued against it. Nowhere near as hard as I should have.
Darius Rose. Nah, drunk Robert can totally take on one boar of Artois.
Speared through, dead.
I would say that if there is like a big in-depth update to like the roleplay stuff, which hopefully there will be through the old world in 4th edition for like the history of Artois, if they don't make a reference to this with one of the old dukes being killed by a boar, I will be very disappointed.
It won't happen. I mean, it might.
Man. The Artois boars remind me a bit of Daodon, the so-called hell pigs. They weren't actually that closely related to pigs, but they were about 1.8 meters or 6.2 feet tall at the shoulder. Yeah, close. They're
Can't go wrong with a hell pig.
Yep. Darius Rose. So it's basically an Intellodont, the hell pig. Yep.
Intellidoo.
All B for Bretonnia. We gotta have a little spice. Tiplam, not Baston, please. Bastone.
So can you? French might mean fight and cry baston. Fight. So that would be. So yeah, we say baston because that's just. In fact, I should have opened the stream with this. We're not French. We're going to pronounce everything shit.
Yes.
So that point very clearly made. That would be to bastone. Is that what you're trying to say, bastone?
So it's because it's in Total War, and Total War has to get approval from GW on how to pronounce things, and they say baston.
Yeah, I know they do.
But GW doesn't know how to pronounce French, so that's not a surprise.
So to say it right, not Andy. So what did you say? Bastone? What did you say?
Bastone.
Bastone. Are we both saying it wrong now?
I don't fucking know. Temporary pronunciation is not my strong suit, I'll tell you that. Partially related given her history, I'm currently in the second Genevieve book and find it simply hilarious that everyone casually knows and refers to Genevieve as a vampire. Yeah.
Yep. It's a thing.
Different times. Ricky Chapman, Bastone. That place was hell. Frog from the Black Chasm, plus a Skaven ambush, and then an Orc ambush, loss of Beastman herd, but caught some Chasm Swan, which were very nice. Ricky Chapman, y'all were just having a full-on fun little menagerie. You and your Prayton Dave, y'all were just having a good old time. A good old grand time. Donovan, so Bretonnia has a Warhammer version of Joan of Arc, but I think they should also have a reference to Jeanne de Clisson, a female French/Breton noblewoman, also known as the Lioness of Brittany. After her husband was
We've already got our Lioness of Corone in the old world.
Yeah. After her husband was executed by King Philip IV, she crossed the English Channel, began attacking French ships. Yeah, so we have a Lioness of the old world.
We already have it.
Darius Rose, S just for Bahamut.
Just as I'd say, just like we pronounce Tone in English as ton.
Yeah, I would pronounce that as ton.
Yeah, ton.
I don't, unless that's a thing I just don't know about.
To own. So you're saying maybe to own, like Corone.
So
Bastone. Is that how you saying? I'm cool with that if it is. But as we say, Games Workshop pronounce it Baston because they're not French.
Yep. That is time.
Oh, is it? Cripes. Let's have a quick look as to where we are. Wow, it's a pretty strong Z over on well, interesting. Corona is a Z.
So in
31% for the A.
Twitch chat, it is 58% A, 25%
58
Z.
A. That's much higher than the 47 C. So what does Lorebeards
But Lorebeards declares that it's 51% Z and 31% A.
So that's 2 on Z. So I think it has to be a Z.
Yeah, but now we have to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a quick
tough.
Carcassonne. I mean, really, Corona is ahead of Carcassonne.
I agree. Carcassonne is a very specific pigeonholed dukedom, whereas Corone really should and is, even though it doesn't get as much flavor as it should about why it is, but it should be the cultural capstone of what is Bretonnia.
Yeah, it should be. And it sort of isn't.
Yeah, and it does have the king. It has the king.
Yeah, it does. It's interesting. I think I actually agree with the ranking more than I agree with its current description.
I would agree.
Yeah. Let's pile through a couple of super chats before we go on, because I think we might be quite a bit behind.
We are.
Let's dive through a bunch and then jump into the next vote.
S just for Bahamut. Well, sadly, Bahamut just he was up in S, and then someone bribed to have the brave and noble Baston dragged down to the bottom of B.
It's only right and proper.
Temporary. Also, Detlef Search should change his name to Deadlift after what happens at the end of Drakenfels with that sledgehammer.
Spoilers much, but yeah.
Stephen Lucas, missed my chance 30 minutes ago. Plot twist: the Dielbeek and Dumasnake daughters did each other. Someone actually made a very similar reference earlier. But hey, if that's what you want to do, go for it. Arch Volton, I was watching the Dragon Ogres episode yet, and you say that they are drawing their power from Azir. Mm-hmm. Isn't Azir the lore of heavens and only good people capable of using it?
Pardon me.
Man. If not, can a chaos sorcerer use? You must be new to Lorebeards.
Wow. Okay. Hey, Archvalton, we've got a lot to say in very short period of time because we've got a ton of super chats to get through. But basically, all the winds of magic come from chaos.
Yeah,
let's keep it simple.
All magic comes from chaos, and none of the winds of magic are moral. Like they don't. Good wizards can't use any winds more than evil wizards can use certain winds. Now, the battle game absolutely makes it seem like that because there are guys that write the rules that are like, oh, we'll make these the good guy lores and we'll make these the bad guy lores. But that's not how that works. It's not how that works. It really
isn't how it works. All of the winds of magic have got very dark aspects and aspects that, if used correctly, can appear to be the opposite. But Azir is a wind of chaos like any other and is used by all kinds of wizards, ranging from the worst to the best that the worlds have to offer.
Yeah, all 8 battle lores can be used by good or bad people without issue. Mornington Crescent. With Warhammer Quest announcements, I'm so excited for the new Warhammer Quest. Any quick thoughts on the old Bretonnian Knight from the old Warhammer Quest?
Okay, so the old Bretonnian Knight from the old Warhammer Quest was actually pretty fucking decent. Not a bad miniature. Painted that one a few times. Made a good alternative character if you were playing a Bretonnian army. I have strong opinions about the art for the new Warhammer Quest. New Warhammer Quest I always love. I love Warhammer Quest. I love the background of the new art.
I'm very curious. The playable characters look like a very unique cast for Age of Sigmar.
Oh, I'm going to go further. They're a very generic cast.
Yeah, but for Age of Sigmar, that's weird. Like most things
I agree.
Sigmar are so
they don't look like Age of Sigmar at all. They look like they've come out of a generic D&D book.
Yeah, I'm very curious what they are. The only one I recognize is the Arch Knight. I'm like, okay, that's obviously an Arch Knight on foot. Cool.
Probably.
I have no idea what the other 3 are supposed to be.
Yeah, it's not just that, I mean, I'm cool with anything cool and new being added. That's brilliant, in fact. As long as they feel, I mean, Age of Sigmar is a massively over-the-top game. They don't look over. Look at that dwarf. That dwarf just looks like it could be from any fantasy game ever done.
I know.
And not only that, his axe has got the runes saying axe on it. Fuck off.
That's just silly.
It's just silly.
So
it's like,
silly.
Oh no, I might forget which one's the axe.
Man, that's so silly because that means someone did that on purpose. You can't do that on accident.
It's just, it's not the best.
I hope it's going to go.
Nevertheless, looking forward to it.
Yeah, I hope the minis are cool. The Nurgle stuff looks incredible.
I'm expecting the miniatures to be gorgeous. I think the cover art has a lot. And I do mean a lot. Not wrong, that'd be wrong. A lot to answer for. There's a lot of questions it poses.
Official Pestigors for the first time in like 25 years. Very exciting.
Oh,
yeah. Very exciting. All right. Villain painting. Is there any official reason why green is not used in any heraldry with one notable exception? And what Black Library books are recommended for Bretonnia stories? I mean,
they're all over the place, green is. I don't think it's on any of the bits that we've got on the map that we've got there. But yeah, vert, as in one of the 5 noble colors of heraldry, is all over the place.
So I will note, if you look at like the 6th edition Bretonnia book where it shows like, I think 100 different heraldries. Not a single one of them has the color green on it.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's all red, black, white,
hilarious.
Yellow, blue.
I'll tell you one of the primary reasons if you want to know it. The real reason, because they have green bases in that era.
Yeah, it would look weird.
It looks weird.
Yeah, green bases.
Yeah, it looks weird with green bases, and I know that's ridiculous, but yeah, they leave the green for wood elves, which are often sitting on the side, and they just don't bother.
If you wanted to make a reason, I think there are some really easy, cute, cool ways that like the color green could have some kind of like, because of its relation to the Green Knight and the Fae, that maybe green as a color is seen with a little bit of like. I don't recall green having any particular issue. It does. I don't recall that either. But like, I mean,
no, neither do I. But that is an interesting note. I'm actually tempted to go look it all up later and see what I conclude.
Yeah, because like, goddamn, he's right. There's no green at all.
Interesting. Nice one, because I've not noticed that before. Villain painting, so that's something to think about. Anyway, let's get through another few before we go.
So Black Library books. The Knights of Bretonnia.
Oh shit, we didn't do that.
It's a full omnibus. High recommend. It's by Anthony Reynolds, I think. It's a really, really good read. Super good. There's also, if you pick up like the Elf Omnibus, there's a book I can't remember the name of that covers a Bretonnian knight going into Athelloren. That's also a fantastic book. Those are, unfortunately, that's kind of really it. Bretonnians will like pop up in other stories, but those are the only books that are like really about them. Cool. Biofoot, cheer. Thank you for all the cheers. Bordello is not a whorehouse, it's a whore home. True. You know what? You're right. Ricky Chapman, Bordello, funny enough, the issue for our Chaos Horde, it wasn't Grail Knights or the Draco Leeches, it was the wine we took kept getting the Centaurs fucking drunk. That is a very funny, lore accurate way to have a Chaos Horde run into problems.
Like that one, Ricky.
Survivor, you're thinking of Borderland nobles tend to think that the domain of the lady ends where the water turns salt. Thank you. That was the quote I was thinking of. Stephen Lucas, Games Workshop catches in on popular trends. Retcons Bretonnia has Uma Musume, part of the old one's master plan, along with halflings and Blood Bowl. If think about it more deeply, it's very Warhammer. Cinderella Grey sells the danger. Fucking Uma Musume, dude. Oh my gosh. If someone like, I don't know, man. If someone shows up and they're like, I turned Byakuya into a fucking waifu, it's gonna be like, okay, I guess we're doing this now. They are leaving money on the ground. Guardians of the Forest. Yes, that's what it is. Guardians of the Forest. Very, very, very good book. Very sad, but very good. All right, I'll grab two more. Boop. Ricky Tapman, we really want to do an undead campaign in Brigon. Now, maybe a fun campaign where Blood Dragons and the Vampire Coast are forming an alliance. Yeah, that'd be fun. Sure. Stephen Lucas, Bordello, ruled by the peasant horse archer, wiping Duke Alberic to print gold. I don't even know what this is trying to say. I'm going to do one more. Ernest Dreamer, how easily would Aragorn be able to complete the Grail quest? And if you had to place him in the charge of the duchy, which would be him? So the Grail quest, interestingly, there's a lot of little snippets about it, about like what it takes. And one of the things about it is that it's often said that the Grail quest's purpose is to beat a man down until he's at his absolute lowest. It's to like break him down to his absolute fundamentals and to test what's there. And then they drink for the Grail, and if they're pure of heart, yeah, great. If not, they die. So the question that you would kind of have to answer is, how long would it take over the questing around the world for Aragorn to be brought to the absolute bottom? Like, how long would it take for him to be broken down?
It saves me having to answer the question, because that's exactly what I was going to say. Because Aragorn is already at the top of the pillar, he has so much further to fall. Because to achieve the Grail, you pretty much have to reach the bottom so you can be built back up again. So he has a long way to go down.
Yeah, he very well could be one of those people that just, he's a good man. But he just is always a questing knight. He never finds the Grail. Yeah,
very possible. That's the sort of thing that happens with it. And the exiled one. Thank you very much.
Oh, Carcassonne, best, but he's like, those muscle mommies have to be at the top.
Oh, the lady!
That man paid $50 to not even move a tier, just to move a little to the left.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you very much, Exiled One. Enormously appreciated.
We salute that dedication there.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm like, oh yeah, well done.
All right, next up is a kingdom not a people know about because it's very not, it's often not featured, especially in like Total War stuff, is Gisero.
Gisero. Now, I'm going to, before we head into Gisero, say something, because the Gisero and the Gisero gap, which is very important, is hitting just as we hit our third hour. So I'm going to speed up a little bit because I have work tomorrow.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, which is rude.
We're so
I know.
Slow.
Yeah, I just realized where we are. We've still got quite a number to go through. So I'm going to go relatively quickly with Gisero. Gisero is, it's almost the patchwork dukedom of Bretonnia, if I was to pick out any of them, because Gisero is filled with diverse peoples. Why? Because it has diverse terrain. If we bring up the map, let's see how well it shows on this particular map. Remove.
I can always bring up the other one.
Okay, so Gizero, we can't even see it on this map hardly, because it's the text on it. But if we go right into the very center of the map, just above Baston, you will see good old Robert's heraldry there. The stag split down on a black and red split field, and you'll notice that the stag crosses over between the Forest of Arden into plains, and above it the Pale Sisters and the open land over on the other side of the river. And this is very much a core component of what Gizero is. It's split in four very different parts of the duchy, all of which have got their own character, their own traditions, and their own way of living. Gizero butted right up. Oh yeah, that's a better way of looking at it. Take a look at that.
This one's it's a tiny dukedom in the grand scheme, so I'm giving us.
It really is. You can see the Forest of Arden on one side, Gizero itself sitting right in the center. That's the city of Gizero, and the plains, the forests, the Pale Sisters, all sort of rolling up together in one. Meaning that, loosely speaking, Gizero is a place of multiple peoples, and these multiple peoples, much like what you would expect with all, are somewhat divided. Because that is the very nature of Warhammer. In Warhammer, no one's ever happy. There's always a certain amount of difficulty between the nomads that are wandering around through the forest on one side, all the people clustering down through the valleys of the Pale Sisters on the other. Then you've got the human inhabitants up in the Grey Mountains as well, because they've got their own parts. You've got the people living out in the plains. Well, the plains, they're more arable plains. These are much more farmlands than they are plains per se. And all of that combines for one super interesting, fascinating dukedom that's alive with politics, different people's diverse views, and different answers to similar problems. It's one that is also pretty much on all sides, to a degree, besieged. This is one of the parts of Bretonnia that are constantly in a state of danger. Whether that danger is the beastmen that are coming sweeping in from the forests of Arden, or whether that danger is the greenskins coming down from the Pale Sisters out from their caves in the mountains, or alternatively, whether it is some of the Order. And I don't even want to say it. I'm going to leave that on this Sotek. One of the Order inhabitants of the area of Gizero, which there's another one that caused some controversy behind the scenes. Don't really want to go into that one too much. I'll just simply say it is a place of divided people. But beyond that, if I was to try and pull...
God, yeah.
You just remembering?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Beyond that, do you want to go into that one now, do you?
Very, very briefly. So there's a guy that lives here who he's basically a beast man. There's a mutant that lives. He's Rodegang the Black, and he's basically a guy that his hair covers his entire body. Like he's got jet black hair coming out of everywhere, and he's just covered in hair. So he is very much like what many people would probably consider to be a mutant or a beastman. But he fucking hates beastmen because his father raised him to be like the most anti-beastman motherfucker on the face of the earth. He's generally like a pretty chill dude, but if you are a beastman or a mutant, he goes insane and tries to rip your head off. So he's got a complex relationship, and he's just sort of a guy that like lives out a bit in the wilds.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Okay, so
he's weird. He's really weird.
Two other things to note. Number one is what appears to be a border on this map, the Gizero Gap. Now, the Gizero Gap pretty much directly leads through to Marienburg, and this is a primary trade route. It doesn't look like it here. This map really does not do justice to the importance of this particular pass, because Marienburg is the largest city in the old world by some measure. And most of the land trade that passes between Marienburg into Bretonnia comes through here. Is this mentioned anywhere in the Bretonnian books? Not really. It's sort of mentioned in the Marienburg book. It's sort of mentioned elsewhere, but it's sort of missed. But there is something that you have to get. Gizero, the main trade city itself, is thus one of the core trade hubs of Bretonnia. Even though it is marked as a tiny city on this map, it shouldn't have been. There was, and I'm going to be as blunt as I can be with this, an actual argument about this when this map came out. And it happened behind the scenes in Black Industries, where there was a person who may or may not have been me saying, excuse me, but why the fuck is Gizero not given any description as to the trade hub that it is? And the reply was, I don't understand why it would be. And then you do realize Marienburg's on the other side turned into oh, but the book's finished. Oops. And there is something completely missing here. And that is that Gizero is not just a melting pot of Bretonnians with forest-still people and mountain-based people and river folk plying their way up and down the river, and then of course the main farmlands as well, and of course moving up into the Grey Mountains, and all of the defenses required to defend the Gizero Gap. It's not just that, it's also a melting pot of people. This is a place where you will find, unlike the major ports, Bretonnia is a pretty insular place. Here in Gizero, you get a lot of people, not just from the Wasteland, but from the Empire as well. It is one of the melting pots of Bretonnia and is completely missed. You get it in the tone of the description inside Knights of the Grail, for example, where they go, Gizero is this strange, diverse, interesting place, but they rarely go much further than that. And here is something where we're quite happy to just say it should go further. Because this is where the central trading point is. Trading houses from Marienburg are all over the place here. There are going to be merchant princes plying their trades through here. They're going to have bought up parts of the riversides. The local lords are going to be rolling in money from Marienburg, having been perhaps bribed. That might be perhaps taking it too far, but certainly have been given very gracious donations to the local, I don't know, Grail Chapel, or their castle, or whatever else it might be to ensure they get what they want. Gizero is surprisingly rich, but you'd never know it from the description we have here.
Yeah, quick rapid fire stuff. The people of the plains of Gizero, because they have so many foreigners and stuff coming through, they're known for being particularly friendly. It's actually quite easy.
Very friendly.
Yeah, they're very happy to let you stay a night with them. They just expect that if you stay longer, that you work to pay off what you're eating and such. The people of the mountains are known for being very insular, and for a long time were used to kind of doing their own thing. The current Duke, Duke Hagen, recently moved up into the north because he's trying to be closer to Corone, because he's like an old childhood. He's a very old friend of King Lewin. But
it's stupid, because that's a little bit like saying, you know what? I want to be closer to Florida, so I'm going to move to Glasgow as someone who is in Scotland. It's so far away, across mountains, across forests, across everything. It was one of the weirder write-ups that I've ever read.
Yeah. Now, one of the interesting things about, because it is a ways away. One of the interesting things about him is he actually spends a lot of his time at the court in Corone, because although him and Lewin are good old friends, he doesn't trust Lewin that much. Because he's a Grail Knight, but Hagen is like we should follow the law by the letter type Grail Knight, where he believes that the laws of chivalry and all the intrigues of the lady should be followed not by their intent, but by their exact letter. So when Lewin kind of fudges things to do what's the just thing, as opposed to what's the explicitly mentioned thing, Hagen thinks that could be a sign of corruption. So there's a building potential civil war between two Grail Knights there, who are old friends, which is spicy and really interesting. But notably, because he's a very rules as written kind of guy, his rule is a little shaky. The people of the mountains don't like him a lot because they do a lot of unchivalrous things in order to survive undead and greenskins and things, and they have a lot of old strange rituals and stuff that they did in order to survive. And now that he's up there, he's like, no, this can't be allowed, blah, blah, blah. And it's causing a whole thing. And the people of the forest, the only funny note I'll know about them is because they live in the Forest of Arden. They have a very hilarious cultural thing where they're happy to let you stay with them and stuff. But in order to come into their villages, they have a cultural practice where you have to take a bath in front of them, naked. And they watch you take a bath because they're basically looking for mutations, but they're also kind of perverts, which is just really funny.
Pervs, can't go wrong with that. Plus, also, if you didn't notice already in the previous map, there is a Floridan Vale where they have Floridan wine. Yep. And yeah, that's
Florida
a thing that happened.
It is in Warhammer, and
totally, and it serves wine, and that's pretty much it. And there's a little story about some witch hunter believing that the wine is perhaps tainted by warpstone, and that witch hunter dying. But broadly speaking, whatever. It's just a bit of a silly joke, really. Okay, so I don't think this is a D1. Gizero is actually a surprisingly interesting, diverse location that's a lot richer than it might first appear, but it's also but it's also been massively underwritten.
Yes, yeah, it's barely talked about compared to
barely.
Like, even by the standards of the dukedoms, it's pretty scant.
And there was just as you're answering that one, would there be a large presence in Knights of Manaan? Unlikely, because Knights of Manaan are much more interested in being on and beside the sea, not moving up into the mountains, going across into Bretonnia, and then having to bathe naked in front of a bunch of forest pervs.
Yeah, I think it'd be very rare to see Knights of Manaan up here, unless they're just passing through to get to other parts. But like, they'd be better off taking a boat.
You better taking a boat, exactly. Manaan tends to stick to the sea.
Did you say ZABC?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, it seems to be the obvious choice.
You got 3 minutes. Vote quick.
All right, let's get through a bunch of more super chats. Let's see how quickly we can catch
up. Would you say it's Brayan Blessed? Oh my gosh!
Dive.
Old Man Zola, I'm ashamed to admit I thought Massive Oracle was made up as a pun name location to place Grom since he's a massive green skin. That is, and you know what?
It wouldn't surprise me if they did that because of that.
Yeah, that's not the reason why the devs did it, but that's a very funny reason to put it there.
Yeah, it is.
Sorcerer Friend, been making a homebrew of Bretonnia, reading the old material. It's a shame that most authors forgot to make Bretonnia a land of wonder / mystery / weirdness, because it should be. Montfort is the best duchy, by the way. Montfort's coming up real soon.
Good to know. Well, Montfort, we're almost at Montfort.
And I agree. I think too many people get caught up in like the muddy aspects and not the fantastical aspects. Ricky Chapman, our Slaanesh worshipping PC love Brion. They flayed the hide of a few Ungors for destroying some poetry. Hilarious. Great.
Quite right, too.
Aaron Streever, is Brion where your Slaanesh brother lives? Probably. Sorcerer Friend, there should be stories of peasant villages forming pacts with Fae in exchange for protection and prosperity. Knights trying to court them, too. Yes, there should.
Yes, there damn should, but we're going to get to that to a degree.
Yeah. Psych, the Lady of the Lake making the yearly plague in order to keep the population with manageable numbers. Why can't these humans keep it in their pants? That would be a cruel way to do it, but, effective. Carrie, thank you for that. We caught that earlier. Aaron Streamer, Crackpot Wednesday stream takes boss from a Dark Souls game and make them a Warhammer character with a story that matches their Dark Souls lore. That's very intricate and specific, but could be very fun.
Almost
okay. You okay?
Yeah, fine.
Villain painting. Isn't the land outside the forest Lyonesse, not Artois? Artois has a good amount of has a tiny amount of land just outside the forest. And then Lyonesse owns the majority of that land further west of that, but Artois does own a little part of that land, which is actually quite large. Relic, pet peeve when people think feminine titles are lesser than male ones. Queen is just as good as king. Insisting otherwise feels like deep misogyny. Welcome to Warhammer.
But Relic, I agree. I mean, Queen and King. I mean, same.
Let's see. Ricky Chapman, the Fey Enchantress killed our Chaos Lord, stopped us on Carcassonne's border with Athel Lauren. Yep, she'll do that. She'll do that real bad. Psych, for a kingdom with a lake-centric religion, I'm not seeing many lakes. Which duchies have the bigger lakes?
This is something that really, really annoys me because I do maps for a living, and most cartographers forget that lakes exist. That's simple. They just forget. I don't when I do my maps, as long as I'm allowed to, because sometimes I'm told that looks a little bit like what's going on. That's called a lake. That they exist.
Time.
Right, already.
Yep, trying to keep it moving.
Right. We've got ourselves 52% A,
82% B on Twitter.
80.
Yes, and then on Lorebeards it was 38% A, 35% B. So B was right behind it.
It really was, but it sounds like we're probably hitting on A just.
I think so, but I'm thinking low A. Gisero. Gisero's tough. Because it should be the cultural melting pot of Bretonnia when it comes to their interactions with the Empire.
But it sort of isn't. I mean,
Yeah,
Montfort gets a bit of that, but Montfort is much more of a defended area.
Yeah, and
holding it off.
Gisero should be so wealthy.
It should, but it isn't. Not by its description, at least.
I would say, based on what we have to work with, I would put it at the bottom of A tier.
I think I agree. Gisero is somewhere that you really feel like if it was rewritten properly, it'd be all the way up at an easy A, possibly even up at Z. But it isn't. What we've got instead is a sort of melting pot of just Bretonnian cultures and zero impact of its extraordinarily important geographical location.
All right, next up, Lyonesse.
Okay, so I'm going to keep my Lyonesse super short given the time. Lyonesse. Let's get our map up, because always worth bringing that one in.
Yep.
Lyonesse is freaking huge. Lyonesse is much bigger than it used to be. A big storm-tossed coastline that leads down into a lot of the land that once was held by Mousillon, which we'll be moving on to very soon. Lyonesse is a land of conflict. This is, if you want anywhere to be the land of big fights, it's here. And most of those big fights are between Bretonnian lords fighting against each other, not against external threats. The entirety of the north is known for its motte buildings, as in large piles of, they're motte castles, pardon me, large mounds with castles laid upon the top, and sieges are particularly common across the entire region. If we move down to the southern section, in the old Mousillon areas, that style of building work has come, it doesn't really exist. Beyond that, because I'm keeping it really fast, not a lot to say that's interesting about Lyonesse, other than it's the land of the lion, right? That's about it.
Now,
anything else you want to add?
One of the things that's actually kind of interesting is just kind of a side note is that Bretonnia used to have like a very notable population of native lions. They're all dead now. Almost every time that's brought up, the lore very heavily agrees that they have been wiped out, which is tragic and really interesting and kind of a fun little story. It makes you wonder if they were lions that were brought over from Ulthuan by the colonists of the High Elves, and then they all died out tragically. Lyonesse, they are a kingdom that also has to deal a lot with Mousillon. They have a very notable border with good old Mousillon, because Artois actually doesn't own that land. Lyonesse does. So they have a massive coastline. They also have some pretty powerful show on along the coastlines. Deal with High Elves quite a fair bit. Their Duke is a notably interesting individual. There's a lot of rumors about him that he's actually an Ulrican, and that he cares more about Ulrich than he does Lady of the Lake. He's very big into partying. He enjoys feasting, gambling, a lot of different forms of entertainment, and there's a notable peaceful Norscan population that is intermixed with Lyonesse over the years. So there's a lot of mixed blood folk that are partially Norscan and such, which
also a lot of Norse reading in this part too, just worth adding.
Yeah. So, and there's just some Norse were like, oh, it's nice here, we'll stay, and then they just incorporated into the Bretonnian community, which is very funny and also a good reflection of our own world's history. So you have a duke who prefers just fighting and living like a warrior lifestyle, which causes a lot of issues for his people because he's not really ruling. He's more just going out and kicking the shit out of people. And ultimately, you have a population that is dealing with a lot of the aftershocks of the fall and corruption of Mousillon, because a lot of the lands that Lyonesse has claimed used to belong, or at least were in contention with Mousillon, and some of the people that live there are like, no, we should belong to Mousillon, and it's a whole nasty thing.
It's pretty small. Most of them are too busy being absolutely delighted they're not part of the crazed bloody barons in the south. Most of them are delighted with it. So cutting a long story short, Lyonesse is a place of internecine warfare. All the nobles are broadly at each other's throats and have long bitter feuds with each other. The main capital of the place isn't on the mainland. It's on an island off towards the side, meaning that the Duke's in a pretty unassailable position when it comes to all the interscene issues that Lyonesse has to deal with.
Also,
yes?
well, last thing, it's just for funsies. Look at this map and note that it's specifically called out that Lyonesse is crossed with many small rivers and large lakes. So many large lakes that they form a critical defensive part of the land of Lyonesse, and they are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, there's a nice little detail about Lyonesse concerning that the reason that there's so much internal conflict is because the very nature of the land is defensive. There's so many places where you can build defensive forts, defensive buildings, and hold up people across rivers, hold them by lakes, keep them away on their the naturally hilly landscape that it turned into a land of sieges. Makes absolutely no sense if you think about it in practice, but it's certainly something that they wrote. So that is Lyonesse in a nutshell.
Yeah, and their capital, which is a big old castle fortress, is on an island, which is
in an island. Yeah, I said that.
Not on the mainland, and also lakemen, which are beastmen that have aquatic features, which fun. They look like big frogs.
That's the thing. So Lyonesse is a fun old one. There's little to say about it other than it gets attacked a lot, often by its own people. And it's one of the bigger places, although its land is not that arable. That's one of the reasons why it's bigger in some respects. They can't have tight populations in a small area. I don't know how to rate this one. This is a toughie. Will we go ZDCD?
I think so. Yeah, it does seem to have some newer building up lore for the old world because there's a lot of high elf interactions with it. Because a lot of the big high elf stuff is like just off their shore and all the new islands.
I want to bring this comment up from Jasper's ago. Shouldn't it be the opposite? If it's so defensible, you'd expect less war, not more. You'd think that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, presumably
you'd think that.
Yeah, presumably they're blaming it on like, oh, they have so much Norscan blood and whatever.
Yeah, this is Lyonesse is one of the provinces of Bretonnia that just needs to be bloody written.
Yeah.
It's just got very little about it that's worthwhile, I think, in terms of the overall write-up for it. It's just a sort of bland write-up where they say, yeah, there's fights and stuff. It's fucking Warhammer. There's always fights and stuff. Yeah, but there's fights between each other because of the shape of the land. Yeah. Seriously? That's the best you could come up with. Fair enough. We'll go with that then.
They have the potential to be a really, really interesting place because so much of their land was seized from Old Musion, and like there could be like a lot of intrigue because of that, and it's not really developed.
It's not really developed at all. So we just have a large area to the far west of Bretonnia that has claimed a significant amount of land to the south. Yep, vote is indeed up right now on YouTube as well. Let's battle through some more super chats, see if we can catch up.
Yep. Shepherdesses for Total War. They'd be fun. They'd be a cute little
that'd be cool.
Cole Patterson, Carcassonne Shepherdess unit win? Maybe one day.
Seems that we all want one.
Total War, or the Old World era Corone fact. Extremely militaristic with a notably militarized peasantry. And it's led by my girl, Duchess Kembury de Avao, the Lioness of Corone. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how the Corone lore develops because it seems like that's building up to be the big showdown where the king might die. For the old world lore, because that's where like the big war boss is building up. But we'll Stephen Lucas says Iron Orcs, they're just mega knobs.
And you know what? Not far wrong.
Yep. Ricky Chapman, Corone would have burned had we had an alliance with the Hagranim. And their orc pets. Unfortunately, we marched through the Landrel Barrow. So
I refuse to mention the Hagranim.
All I'll say is intelligent talking horses that eat flesh and also are the smart controllers of orcs. It's super weird. It can just stay with Jonathan Swift where the idea was originally stolen from. Bretonnian horse racing must be in vogue thanks to the funny horse score gotcha game taking over Cabal Vision media feeds. Yeah. It's threatening those Blood Bowl numbers. Super like listen to you guys from the lines of Halloween Horror Nights. So I guess it's Halloween Horror Nights.
Nights. Okay, Super Orlock, love it.
Yeah, I hope you're having a good time. Blues Oyster Cultist. The reason we don't see Centaur people anytime soon in the old world is because Ladriel knows Bretonnia's gene pool would be irreversibly screwed. What are you saying? What are you trying to say?
Blues Oyster Cultist, you definitely have ideas.
Is that... Why have a man when you can have a horseman? Donovan, the exploits of Gisero are numerous in amount. One thing they export is wine, or as the Dawi call it, umgi shit. Another famous Dawi was Thorgrim Grudgebearer. In conclusion, Gisero is a land of contrast. Thank you.
That is your TED speech, TED talk.
God, that would be the funniest thing, like the most political thing that Ungrim could say. Time's up.
It's a clear sea, and I do mean clear, over on.
Oh, this one's
LAWhammer.
fun. So Twitch was 58% B, 33% C, but then Lorebeards was come on, load was an exact tie between B and C at 33%.
Well, so we're looking at B or C. Let's take a look at the tier list as it currently stands.
I say unleash the mighty C for the first time. You know what?
I think so too. And I think it deserves to be C because it's been so fucking underwritten. If it was written more clearly, it would obviously be a very mid to potentially even top tierish sort of BA area. It's a successful dukedom that has managed to take control of most of Musalon. However, that is not reflected at all in its description, where it's basically, yeah, they fight each other and stuff. There's just lots of wars because their place is really defensible, so thus they might fight a lot.
Yep. All right, we're going to keep moving. It's time for Liangui, which I accidentally skipped. But Liangui!
Longueuil.
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
That's not how I say it, but yes.
Longueuil, which I'm probably going to pronounce wrong as well, so who knows how to say it. So Longueuil is... If we're going to sum this up, because I'm going for short, it has the busiest ports that Bretonnia has to offer. Let's take a quick look at the map so you can see why. Longueuil, as you can see right there, takes a great deal of the potential wealth of Couronne down through its port at its capital. Longueuil has a massive rising middle class and has more towns than almost anywhere else. Bordelot arguably could be more if they weren't so insensate and so frickin' drunk. Up in Longueuil, they absolutely are in control of it. Plus, there is also a significant high elven population, in particular in the Longueuil High Elf quarter. They have long-standing relations with the High Elves here, and it's here where the deals were made with the Bretonnians for how far their non-existent navy, in whatever form it actually takes, is allowed to go out to sea, which is they effectively can't go without being able to see the land. If they go beyond the ability to see the land, the High Elves will sink them, and the High Elves do all of their trade mostly through Bretonnia, through Longueuil. But beyond that, the land itself is super fertile. It's got a very complicated coast and a coastline that doesn't have a great many ports, but some important ports. It is, if we go for a single descriptor, the wealthiest single place in all of Bretonnia because of the importance of the ports that are up there. A lot of the trade that comes from Bordelot and Brion goes up through and is sold in Longueuil. Same for the trade that comes down through Couronne, gets sold in Longueuil. Because of that, Longueuil has become this central nexus. In many respects, it's like Marienburg. It's a central point through which a great deal of trade flows. So because of that, Longueuil is super rich, and also kind of rich. That's my super short one. Go throw in all the extra cool details.
Okay, so a couple of random things. Liangui, as he was saying, is ultimately the city itself is like the core beating heart of the dukedom and is fabulously wealthy. It's actually ruled over by a group known as the Brethren, who are a bunch of merchants. They are peasants that have risen up to the burgeoning merchant class, and they wield a surprising amount of power within the city itself, to the point that they are trying to find ways to get away from the rest of the dukedom, and it's potentially building up to one of those, they might become full-on burgermeisters, is their hope. The Duke here is a bit of a mysterious individual. Duke Talbert used to be a very famous sailor and lived a lot of his life on the sea. And then something happened after he had become Duke. But 15 years ago, something happened, and he now refuses to be anywhere near the ocean. He moved his court much further inland. He spends all of his time attacking beastmen and launching crusades and expeditions deep into the Forest of Arden to attack them. And he refuses to go to the city. He hasn't been there in many, many years. He refuses to do anything that takes him close to the ocean. Something traumatized him, and nobody knows what it is because he refuses to speak of it, which is spooky, and I bet it has something to do with the elves. One of the really, really cool things is the city of Liangwil itself has a very, very elven heritage. There's actually a giant 300-foot tall, beautiful lighthouse at the city that is purely built by the elves, and it survived the War of Vengeance, and the city built up around it. So it has a lot of elven architecture. So it's one of the most beautiful cities in the old world because a lot of the elven architecture stayed intact, and they simply added on and built around it and built on it. Elves, because of that, love to visit the city. Many of them will journey up the lighthouse as some kind of like pilgrimage thing, though nobody knows why. And it's a really interesting place. The last thing I'll say is their heraldry, which is this sea monster, which also looks like the merlion, which according to a Black Library story is a sacred creature of the lady herself, has a really cool history compared to most of the heraldic devices, because it's said that this horrible sea monster was once a lover of the companion, Gilles' companion that took over this land, and that a jealous hag turned her into a horrible sea monster. But despite this, she loved him so much that she never left, and she simply protected the coastline of Liangui as its guardian, and that the great waves that crash against it these thousands of years later are her grief protecting the land. And some say that she's still out there as a big lion mer creature, sea monster that protects them, which is super cool and tragic.
Sure.
All right. Oh yeah, there's also descendants of her, which are Thurlin's brood, which are sea monsters that live off the coast. And they're literally lionfish hybrid monsters.
Because of course.
Anyway, so that is Liangui, and I think we can go into a vote. Yeah, these guys are wealthy as fuck.
Liangui. That's an interesting way to pronounce it. Why Liangui?
I don't know. That's just what popped out of my brain.
Fair enough. Sure. I'm not saying mine's any better because I have zero. I don't speak French. I may have studied it at school for a while, but that was like 30 odd years ago. No more. Christ, I'm old.
For anyone that ever wonders, how does Sotek decide how he's going to pronounce things? My brain vomits something out, and I just go with that.
So I think this seems to be a relatively obvious Z, ABC.
I agree.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Excellent.
I actually quite like
it. It is.
Vote is open. Vote is up. Vote is up. Vote is up. All right.
Z, ABC, ABC.
Speaking of Uma Musude, could Haru Urara find the Grail? Yes, actually. Okay, you're joking, but actually, yes. So Haru Urara's whole thing is that she never ever wins a race, and that she is dragged down into literally the depths of kind of suffering in a sense, because she never wins, and she always keeps trying, but she learns to find a joy. She learns to come back from being at those absolute depths. She genuinely would have been presented the Grail. And yes, it is sad that the horse that she's inspired by did pass away fairly recently, but you know, that's life. And she lived a good life. Morton Crescent. So that guy is Florida Veil Man. Yes. Yeah. What's his face? The Black is absolutely the Florida man. Stephen Lucas, French peasant horse archers is Tariff Total War Warhammer. Okay. I got you. Sean Schultz, did you not get your tribute from Artois? What do you mean? I thought we did get what? Who? What? Is that a reference to a specific thing? Dino Man. So Cathay has a lot of similarities with the Empire in terms of being a combined arms army and so on. I feel like Nippon could have a lot of similarities with Bretonnia, given the whole castle town, samurai kind of like knights, etc. Potentially. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, we caught up. Oh my gosh. Zar 94. So is Rapunzel de Lyonesse the best Norska legendary lord then?
Rude,
could she,
but
rude, but could she have Norska blood in her veins? She could.
Yes, definitely.
It's actually quite likely, to be honest, because that would explain.
Yeah, same with Couronne. Yeah,
that's
totally.
I mean, she's a beast. She is Rapunzel did not have the Grail Vow, and she took on a full power Chaos Lord of Nurgle in Ascendance, Karn the Blighted, and she chopped his fucking head off. That girl was a beast. Oh, goodness.
Good to catch up with the super chats. Feel a lot better now because we're visiting a little bit at the moment.
Stress, genuinely.
Yeah, totally. So thanks very much to all of those. Enormously appreciated. Do get your votes in. We don't have many votes in over on the LAWhammer channel right now, so your vote can make a big difference.
Yep. Please don't forget to vote, folks. It is a lot of why we're doing what we're doing, so we would really appreciate it if you would take the time to do that. Not mandatory, but it is appreciated.
It certainly is. So
and that is
time already, cripes. Okay, so we've got ourselves Z as the final vote over on LAWhammer with 37% of the vote.
Lorebeard had an exact tie at 32-32 for Z and A.
Okay, so what did Twitch say?
Had an exact tie of 50-50 between Z and A.
So we're just squeezing a tight Z then?
Squeezing a tight Z. That doesn't sound like a euphemism at all.
No, not the slightest. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I will admit, I am quite partial to Liangui. I love it. I actually, it's one of my favorite dukedoms. I think that's low Z's reasonable. It is very important to Bretonnia, and I think
it is. Longueuil is because I refuse to call it Liangui. Longueuil is it is central to many people's access through into Bretonnia. It's just not particularly like much of the duchies or dukedoms. It's not particularly well written. There's not much to it. There's just it's got a port and stuff, and the city is interesting. But the rest of the dukedom, I mean, what even is it?
I will say it has the advantage of being a fairly small dukedom, so the fact that the city is kind of the core focus isn't necessarily a bad thing.
I mean, given the size of the actual thing for how big it is in concern to most of the places in Europe, whatever, it would be really nice to have something there. Oh, apparently I got the pronunciation closer. Marvelous. Longueuil it is.
Yeah,
thank you. I'm going to adjust my non-existent tie.
The hill people there. But anyway, onward to Montfort.
Let's go over to Montfort. Okay, Montfort. So again, we're a little bit late on time, so we're going to give the map up because it explains a great deal of Montfort. And why is Montfort deeply explained by the map? Because look where it is. If you go over to the eastern side in the middle of Bretonnia, you will find that black shield with a white castle on it. And in many respects, you've almost finished your description of Montfort. Why? Because it's one fuck-off huge castle sitting across the border in Axbite Pass. And when this was added to Warhammer, we got ourselves a fucking uproar. No other way of putting it. Because on the other side of Axbite Pass before that, there was a fort, much like Helmgart on the other side, held there by treaty. And they turned that into a gigantic fuck-off fortress full of knights ready to take on everything the Empire had to offer. Indeed, so big was the description of Montfort, there was a question, a somewhat pregnant question. Why the fuck didn't Bretonnia just take Helmgart whenever it went to war with the Empire, which it did frequently? And the answer is, don't ask that question, because if you do ask that question, then Reichland looks really stupid, Reichland looks like it hasn't thought this through, and Reichland looks like it should build a bigger fucking castle. But it hasn't. Montfort down there on the other side of Axbite Pass holds that pass and arguably controls that pass. Montfort itself exists from the Gizero Gap up in the north, which is over by Gizero, obviously, right down to Axbite Pass and a little bit beyond. It also holds another couple of little corridors that pass through there, like the Crooked Corridor and a few others too. It is primarily a dukedom of passes, mountains, hill folk, and a little sliver of land up to the river, which holds what little, and I do mean little, farmlands they have to offer. It is, however, some of the most important and deepest mines in Bretonnia, so it's not entirely wealth-free, but the arguments that the various nobles have over who controls those mines are pretty big. They don't always end in, let's say, a nice treaty. It's more often ending on the receiving end of a sword. Montfort also has a couple of relatively rubbish descriptions concerning its people, because we're late enough that I'm quite happy just say it for what it is. You know, oh, they're friendly. Why are they friendly? Probably because they got a bigger fucking castle than everybody else. Because that would make me friendly too whenever you come in for an attack and you're like, well, holy shit, this place is impregnable. It is basically reduced to a single note. Montfort is a giant fort surrounded by mountain people who are friendly-ish, I suppose, and a whole bunch of mines that they can sort of mine.
Yeah, so just some quick fun little notes. They're friendly to humans. They are very speciesist, so they don't really like non-humans.
Because there's so many of them there. Well, there's quite a few dwarves in that area, actually.
Yeah.
We're right by Carrick-Ziflin.
Yeah, very insular groups, because they're constantly under attack by greenskins. Like, this is like greenskin hell of the various dukedoms. They're constantly dealing with night goblins and orcs and all sorts of other stuff. Diverse greenskins, I'll note, not just orcs. Which Carcassonne is more of an orc problem. They like Andy said, a lot of mining, a lot of iron. They export tons of iron. They even have a gold mine, though its location is very secret. Their castle, there's art of it in the Knights of the Grail book, is fucking huge. It is stupid. It is titanic in scale. It is like that is.
It really makes the whole Axbite Pass hilarious.
Yeah, it's like, god damn, the Empire has apparently never dealt with that thing, because holy fuck, how would you even take that?
Which is hilarious because that pass has been taken more than once.
Yeah. Overall, the Duke, we have Duke Falkard of Montfort. He is a very skilled warrior. Very interestingly, he very rarely fights on horseback. He tends to fight much more as almost a vow of the Knight of Empathy, but it's for practical reasons. Their horses of Bretonnia are not good for navigating the steep mountains, so he often travels around on foot. There's also a very clever design of signal towers that each of the communities have that they light up and it passes down to let them know when they're under attack. So they're actually pretty well organized at being able to deal with greenskin assaults because they can respond relatively quickly. And as a fun little cute thing, he's also said to be very handsome. But the thing that he cares the most about is hunting down and killing orcs.
Yeah, there's little else to say other than this is a mountain dukedom, and they have done nothing more than describe the basics of a mountain dukedom. It's got a big castle. It gets attacked. There's mines. There's so little written of substance here that it's almost not worth mentioning anything other than apparently they're a bit racist, or speciesist if you prefer, which is pretty much par for the course for the Warhammer world anyway. It's almost pointless to say for the halflings because there's hardly any of them in that area anyway. And when it comes to the dwarves, I think that is worthwhile. And it speaks to a different story, the story that's not been told, which is they're probably at war with dwarves as well.
I would also
at the very least, it's a cold war.
Yeah,
in that they're right at the point of almost killing each other, particularly over those mines. And that hasn't been described at all, but it really should be. This is a mountain realm filled with mines, and apparently they're racist against dwarves, and it doesn't say why. And it's obvious why. It's because the local dwarves of Carrick-Ziflin, which, by the way, is teleported Carrick-Ziflin, because it used to be all the way down in a completely different part of the Grey Mountains, but it's now all the way up here because Games Workshop. Carrick-Ziflin up here are almost certainly at loggerheads. Absolutely at loggerheads with Montfort.
They also have one of the most terrifying forms of undead, which are called knockers, which are people that have died in cave-ins and seem to go out of their way to try and get other people to die with them. So, like, they're undead that come sneaking into mines and intentionally try to
How do we rate this one?
To kill people in. I'm just going ZABC on this one. I think
okay.
It's not terrible.
It's not a D, is it?
No, I think there's enough there that you can go see. Oh, there's kind of some interesting stories there.
Yeah, there is. This is another one of the many parts of Bretonnia that's kind of not very well detailed.
True. It's better than Gizero, in my opinion.
Yeah, Gizero is just this empty block that nobody really thought about how to write something interesting for.
Polls are up. Polls are up. Polls are up. Please
They
vote.
certainly are up. They certainly are up.
To Blom, the duchy is literally called My Fort Fortification. Yeah. What else is there to say? Nothing but everything to piss off the young Freud.
It's not the young Freuds, it's the Mackinsons. The Mackinsons are on the other side of the pass. The young Freuds are on the other side of the Grey Lady Pass, which is, interestingly enough, on the other, passing through Paravon, which we'll be getting to very soon.
Yep. Grim Isaac, Montfort is probably a little treacherous / cares too much for the castle to let it be sieged. I would say there would probably be some interesting stories about, with the castle being such an insane investment, that there have been times where like their people are expected to be self-sufficient, and so they just full on abandon them and just hole up in the castle and wait, which when they surrender the pass. But there could be interesting stories there about, like, it's more about trying to influence who owns the castle or trying to find people that are willing to let you in, as opposed to sieging it through traditional methods. But it's big. It's silly how big it is. I love it because I love big, stupid architecture in Warhammer. But, like, holy shit, is it the biggest thing I think Bretonnia has? Oh, goodness. All right. Make sure to get your votes in, people.
Let's have a quick check how the vote's going at the moment. If you want to influence the vote, there's very few votes actually in at this point of the night, which means your vote will make a big difference, and it's currently sitting at B. If you'd like to influence that, make sure you jump in and get your vote in now. Oh, that's a few extra votes just arriving, but it's still sitting in at a nice 50% on B. If you'd like to change that, vote now.
And time.
And that's it. And with it being time, it just at the end slipped down to 48%, but nevertheless, 48% B, moving to 33C after that.
We have 57% C on Twitch, 29% B.
Oh, so that's a flip. So what about over in the Lorebeards channel? It's going to be the deal breaker.
Yeah, and then Lorebeards channel is 54% C, 25% A.
Oh, well, that means it's...
B.
Oh, that confuses it, because the second one was all the way up at A. That moves it back to a sort of B-ish area, doesn't it?
Yeah, kinda.
But it said C. They said C, so that'd be 2 C's and 1 B. It said I'd go C. Go C.
Yeah, we'll say high C.
Yeah,
I think I would put Montfort above Linus.
Yeah, me too. That seems a fair one.
All right. Oh boy, Musion.
All right, Muslon's cursed and fucked, y'all. There we go.
Yeah.
There's only ever been one map of Muslon, and that was made by me with a mouse because my drawing pen didn't work. And it sucked. It was the first time I was so happy to get the job because I was going to get to map Musalon, which I really loved, the cursed city of Bretonnia, where all of the worst mutants reside, the highest instant of mutation anywhere, where undead shenanigans had happened so many times that had been half raised by a fucking dragon, an area that had been the source of so much ill and woe for Bretonnia as a whole. I was super excited. And then, of course, my pad broke, so I had to draw it with a mouse. There's a lot we can say about Musalon, but given the time, I'm going to sum it up with pretty much how I started. It is the cursed quarter of Bretonnia. It is the Sylvania of Bretonnia. It is broken. It is filled with paint that causes all manner of mutation, cursed bogs, horrible undead things rising up for it, mutants, creatures from the very pits of the hell, Skaven infiltration more than once, but they found it really hard because everything is flooded. Half the city is gone and flooded and broken. It is a bad, bad place. Also, for your rating, delectation, it's not a dukedom because it got utterly conquered in the past, and most of its lands are now held by Bordelot and, in truth, Lyonesse, who holds most of it up towards the north. There's little to say about it that's very important beyond that, because I think most of you, even if you never heard about Bretonnia, you've probably heard that Mousillon is the bad bit, and that's exactly what it is.
Yep, there's no officially recognized Duke, though there is a mysterious Black Knight running around who claims to be the Duke, but of course he's not formally recognized. And also, this place sucks so bad that when Tzeentch was like, I'm going to destroy all of Bretonnia, Nurgle came out in defense of Mousillon, because Nurgle said, no, that's where my favorite plagues come from. And Nurgle saved Bretonnia because it wanted to protect Mousillon that badly.
The fun place.
So funny.
Much like most of the cities of Bretonnia, it's built upon elven ruins, so it's got a really nice elven tower in the center that I got to draw. That was a fun thing to do, but of course, it's Mousillon, so it's fucking broken.
Yeah, a lot of hills that have deep tunnel networks full of the dead who do not rest easily.
Yeah, it's a bad place.
It's a sucky place, and it used to be one of the most beautiful. It is a tragic land.
As is often the case. A, B, C, D for this one, because I'll be fucked if I give that a Z. It's not even a duchy, but you can vote this any way you want. If you like this place, perhaps you're a vampire fan, and you're like, holy hell, this is where I'd want to live. Why the hell are you saying this place sucks? You suck. Nurgle rocks. Seriously, dude, you're wrong. Vote it A. You're not getting your Z, though.
Yeah, we will prevent it unless you pay the $50 fee to cheat. In which case, we are powerless before such power. Yeah, Mousillon is the focal point of many fantastic stories.
Yeah,
and it's a fun place, but to write stories about. But otherwise, it sucks ass. It's a terrible, terrible place.
It totally is. I'm rather amused that at the moment A is second to D.
Well, you know, we got our requisite chaos cultists and
they're going, Mousillon, Mousillon,
yeah.
Mousillon, Mousillon.
The plague bearers just all shambling in. Oh lordy. All right, you just got a couple seconds left, so get your votes in quick. Oh, we're almost done. We're getting there. We're gonna get this in 4 hours. Oh my gosh.
We're gonna get it done.
I really thought this would be a 3-hour one. I was like, there's barely any duchies. This will be
totally. But you know us.
Yeah, we talk too much. We really do. It's an unfortunate ailment.
And it makes it fun, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, Mousillon is one of the things that's actually really curious for anyone that doesn't know, the curse for it doesn't actually start with the vampires. It actually goes much further back to the original companion. His story is so sad. This man loved Gilles Le Breton. Loved him to an extent that was almost unhealthy. And when Gilles died, he just never got over it. He was the last companion to die too, and he didn't die in battle. He died of sadness, and alone. And it's a yikes story. It's a good story, but it's so tragic. And he was kind of like the Lancelot of the companions as well. Except for instead of being in love with Gilles' wife, I'm pretty sure he was in love with Gilles. All right.
He's a love boy. You know,
time.
Alrighty, so over on the YouTube side, it is a clear win for D, followed closely by A.
Oh yeah, we're D's all up in this house. Also, all followed closely by A. But the D's have it. Well, I do think it's better than Brion.
You're all chaos agents.
I will say I do think it's more interesting than Brion. We'll put it above the fallen colony in Lustria. Oh god damn
what the fuck?
Mousillon does not belong at the bottom. The bottom of Z.
Oh man. Also funny, Grim Isaac.
Yeah. That being said, if someone else wants to throw $50 to kick it back down to D, that can happen.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't complain.
Yeah, that was queued up.
There.
That man was waiting with his finger.
He was
over
just
the
sitting
button.
there, wasn't he? Yeah. Click.
All right.
Thank you very much, Grim Isaac. Enormously apprecited.
Paravon.
Are we on to Paravon? Okay, so I'm going to have to be again quick. Paravon is going to be easily described by its heraldic device. Just take a look at that Pegasus. You're already halfway through what's about to happen. Paravon is much like Montfort, squeezed up against the Grey Mountains, but it's also bordering down towards its south with the Forest of Loren, where all of the Wood Elves are. Let's bring up that map so we can see it nice and clearly. Paravon is sitting near the middle of the map over towards the eastern side, and you can see that it has lands that move right up and into and above the Forest of Loren, to the point that it claims parts of the Forest of Loren as its own lands, which I'm sure some Wood Elves would silently snigger at as they pepper bows into any well, not the bows. That'd be weird. Here, take my bow, as they love the bow. They pepper them with arrows should they come too close to their lands. The Paravanese themselves have got all manner of nobles spread across these mountains, up in these mountain castles. And many of them have got their own, well, what are we going to call them? Flocks of Pegasi? Is that the correct term? Let's go with that. Flocks of Pegasi, and their knights are often the core Pegasus knights that you will find from throughout Bretonnia, coming from here. The very best Pegasus you can get come from Paravon, and the Paravon Vale that comes from just where Paravon itself sits on the spur of a great spread of mountains. The Paravon Vale that lies to the side of it at the end of the Grey Lady Pass is where all of the most fertile lands within Paravon are. These fertile lands provide more than enough sustenance for the entirety of the province as a whole, meaning this dukedom is a gaggle of Pegasi. Yeah, absolutely. Go with a gaggle of flicking crowmen. It can feed itself. It does well. It's got good trade down towards Montfort and then turn into Gizero because of the river connections, but doesn't have great overland connections besides that, because to the side of the massive Orcal, and one of the great forgotten parts in almost all parts of Bretonnia, is an enormous fucking marsh that everybody forgets to put on. In the same way that they always forget the Schadensumpf in the Empire, they always forget this gigantic marsh that sits to the east of the massive Orcal and spreads out towards the south of Paravon, meaning that the road from Paravon down into Canel and down into Carcassonne is actually particularly difficult. Canel has quite a difficulty with greenskins, as you would expect, them being up in the mountains, but not just the greenskins that are coming down from the Grey Mountains, also the greenskins that are coming from the massive Orcal itself. They also have a cagey relationship with the Wood Elves down towards their southeast. Cagey in that most of their forest folk, and they have quite a large number of forest folk in their populations, tend to avoid or do anything close to cutting down anything in the Forest of Loren for very wise reasons. But that doesn't mean that some greedy and ambitious humans don't send their various axes in that direction. But as we know, not all of them return, because it's not a good place to be cutting down forests. Beyond that, given the hour, I shall say only that the Paravanese make for at least a difference in terms of their descriptions, because at least they've added, hey, Pegasus Knights come from here, woo! But in terms of anything beyond that, meh.
So a couple of fun things that I will throw in just for funsies is that the people of Paravon travel a lot. They have a whole culture that's based around travel, about staying mobile and like visiting different places. Like you're supposed to be born in one place and you're supposed to be raised in a different place. You're supposed to marry another place. They also they are really big into tall towers. They build a lot of their architecture very, very tall because it allows them to not only see over a lot of the hills and forests in their lands, but also because the Pegasi like roosting in very high places. So they are really big into super tall towers. They are obviously they have a lot of very strong relations with the Pegasi, which Pegasi are not stupid creatures. A lot of them are actually quite intelligent. So being able to foster good relations with them is really important. One of the things, their relationship with Lorebeards is quite cool. Also, the exiled one just swinging in to cast Musion back down into the fiery depths from whence it came. So thank you for that, exiled one. We appreciate
exiled
it.
One. Thank you. Correct.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. Some other little fun things is that obviously they have a lot of rivalry with the Empire. Paravon has fought with good old Ubersreich many times. There's been a lot of back and forthing there.
Five declared wars between just Paravon and Ubersreich alone, and sometimes Reichland.
Yeah, the Paravanese Wars, Peruvian, Paranese Wars.
Paravanese Wars.
Their Duke Cassian, very interesting guy because he's super young. Duke Cassian is in his 20s, his early 20s, but he is a Grail Knight. So he set out on the quest super early and then ended up finding the Grail, drinking from it, passing, and now he is Duke because his father died while he was out on the questing. So he is the youngest Duke by far. And he's very well liked. A lot of people he's a very capable warrior. He rides on a Royal Pegasus, which Royal Pegasi are slightly bigger than their more common, smaller cousins. But he is an incredible warrior, but he's still young and heroic. So he kind of thinks the way to solve all the kingdom's problems is to get up on his Pegasus and just ride out and go kill monsters, which is cool, but that isn't really how you run a state. So Paravon is like, for right now, things are okay, but it's starting to have bubbling tensions under the surface because he's not really doing the jobs he needs to be doing because he's young. And that's boring. But he is a very like good-hearted man. It's like everybody who's met him is incapable of hating him. But it's an interesting kingdom. They have fairly interesting relations with Lorebeards because the Wood Elves, the Fae, have actually given them the rights to certain parts of Lorebeards where they say, these are parts of the forest you are allowed to harvest, but the people of Paravon are so scared of the Fae that they still don't do it, which is very funny and honestly very smart. And there's a lot of people that live in, technically, Lorebeards in that little part of Paravon that crosses into it. So there are humans that live in that northern part of Lorebeards who are very careful not to piss off the spirits. They are super careful. And they're an interesting folk. Strigoi boy, the children of Ushoran, the ghouls coming in, baby. The ghoul vote counts. The ghoul vote counts to the top of Z. Oh my good God, dude!
Mousselon has moved.
How can we forget we got to give voting rights to the important ghoul population? Because for those that don't know, Musion is actually one of the biggest ghoul populations in the world.
Yeah,
not
good point.
The biggest, but one
Could
of
you
the.
see Strigoi boy recognizing that fact?
Oh my good lord! The children of Ushoran coming in clutch. All right, so let's do our vote on the land.
ZABC.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine too as well. Paravon's an interesting one because it's a proper old city in Warhammer lore, unlike Mon 4, which just popped up, came from nowhere. Paravon has been inside Warhammer lore since the 80s, where Mon 4 arrived in the mid 90s, late 90s, and just popped up out of nowhere and was bigger than Paravon in many ways. But not Paravon, I'm thinking Mon 4. I really rather like it. It's an interesting place. There's a bunch of old stories set there. It's cool. I like Paravon. Fun.
Hawk actually kind of asked a good little question. We can grab it real fast if I can.
Yes, I saw it too.
How many gnomes and or Vermeers live in the marshes of Paravon?
Gnomes, if you're going with the lore that we're building, quite a number. They're actually mentioned inside the La Frontalier, the Frontalier expansion that we made with LAWhammer, that you can find and download for free over on LAWhammer. The gnomes are mentioned there, and they are in the big marshes that you find in Canal.
The exiled one casts turn undead, be banished foul creatures. Absolutely not. Off shepherdesses need to be at the top of Z. Musion is cast down to C, not D.
So there's a choice here. Oh, wait a minute. So, is there a choice there? No, that P. Carcassonne at the top. No, that's fine. Nope, there's no choice.
So Musion descends down into C tier, but not all the way to D. He was at least
of course not, because nothing is worse than Brigand.
Yeah. Oh my good lord. So the exiled one is clearly the one true Knight of Bretonnia holding off legions of
the vote is super close over on YouTube. It's 50-50 split between Z and B. So if you want to influence that vote, go click your votes now.
Please, please, please get your votes in. We would really appreciate it. Y'all are crazy. We love you guys. Y'all are crazy.
You're the best.
Let's see.
It's 2 in the morning on this side.
Yes. I say yes. They absolutely sell burgers there. There's no explanation to it. There's no logic, but GW wouldn't be able to help themselves. There are burgers at Montfort. But what are they made out of? Because they don't seem to have that many cows.
Unspecified meat burger.
We have these lovely mushroom burgers. Don't worry about it. Gentlemen, so if Gisero is Bretonnia, Florida, Musion is Bretonnia, Detroit. Sorry to anyone from Detroit. I've heard Detroit's not that bad anymore. I heard that's mostly just a meme now. The city's actually in a much better place than it used to be.
Well,
I don't know if that's true.
Bad. Let's fly in troops.
Yeah. Oh, please don't get me started. Don't get me started. Oh my good God. Sublime, as a place, it's D. As a plot point, Z tier.
Z tier.
Yeah,
you know what? You're not wrong, Sublime. Agreed.
Let's see. We've got Ricky Chapman. Musion was hell. 98% of the Chaos Horde died. Skaven, undead, and other Chaos factions attacked us. It was a slaughterhouse, a horror show of a fight until Blood Dragon threw a Grail Knight at us.
Here, take that.
This is your problem.
Oh. Okay, are we done with that vote over in your end?
Almost. They got a couple more seconds.
Okay, cool.
Donoman, Paravon, Pegasus. Yeah, time to get pegged. Oh no, wait.
What?
Time.
B, 36%, followed by Z at 30%.
All right, Lorebeards chat says 41% A,
okay,
36% B,
okay,
and Twitch chat was 80% B.
Oh gosh, that's like a split between BA then. Probably B.
Probably B, but I would say
B.
Quite high B. I actually really like Paravon.
Yeah, Paravon's pretty cool. It's not the richest, but it supplies for itself. It's sitting on the other end of a pass, which it protects relatively well. It's been at war with the Empire quite a lot. It's got a lot of interesting stories.
Yeah, it's very relevant to like the stories of the world.
Yeah,
it's where all comes from.
It's everything from the Drachenfell story. Some starts there. Drachenfell pretty much levels the place at one point. It's super fun. Paravon's been around there for a very long time. Nice place to put it, right in the middle. That leaves us with Kinel. Kinel is a standing joke here at this side, because the name Kinel is a little bit like saying fucking hell. So whenever someone referred to Bretonnia our side, we say Kinel, and then fucking hell, shut up. Anyway, let's get to the main part.
Such fucking nerds. You know that?
Of course we are. I mean, was that ever in any doubt? What is Kinel?
What else?
Kinel is fucking huge.
It's so big.
Kinel, even when you go with other maps, and there's a bunch of maps that have done Bretonnia, it's pretty much always depicted as the largest of the duchies. And part of that is because it has absorbed Kilo, whatever, in the past as well. So that duchy that we mentioned previously, that was there at the very beginning, was absorbed when Bretonnia was first founded, making a very large area. But this area is about as far from safe as you can get. Now, for some reason, the roleplay book tends to pretty much focus on orcs from the Massive Orcal. Orcs. Oh yeah, there's also that enormous fucking Fey forest where all the fucking fire they come from, and wild hunts come tearing through. And
every Wood Elf army book is like, that time we fucked up canals. That time we fucked up canals. That time we fucked up canals.
But is that a core component of its descriptor anywhere? No. But it is here on Lorebeards. Kinel may be described as a location that is filled with misty standing stones holding off the worst that the Forest of Loren can offer them. It may be depicted as a place that is often roaming with beastmen as the war herds move out of the Forest of Shalon, head towards the Forest of Loren and attempt to invade it, or get pushed out of the Forest of Loren and have to be dealt with by the knights that live in Canel. Canel may also be described as this marshy hellhole to its north, which is not fun to fight in for anybody at all, under any circumstances. But really, one of the big hidden stories of Canel is, this is where most of the witches are. It's a forgotten story. The influence of the Fae upon Canel is deep, abiding, and in their blood. All of the lines, be they peasant or noble of Canel, are touched by the Fae. And that touch comes right through to their rules in the roleplay game, where they can often have the second sight or have the ability to cast spells. But Canel, more than any other region in Bretonnia, is directly impacted by the horror show that is the Forest of Loren. And that brings both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantages are obvious. Elves attack you. There's strange spirits. My kid wandered off and came back 312 years later. All manner of craziness comes from the Forest of Loren, but it also brings magic in a way that's often and easily overlooked by writers, by people who are attempting to write Canel, even when the rules might remember it here or there. So Canel is a much more spooky place. If you're looking for the land of make-believe in Bretonnia, where the concept of the fairy tale comes from, Canel is the core source. This is where things are fucking spooky. And not just in the marshes, not just in the mountains, not just in the forests, everywhere. This is the place where children are spirited away, not by a friendly goddess, because she's honestly friendly and not spiriting your children away because she's horrible. She's a good guy, promise, but spirited away by changelings, by spirits. This is one of the most spiritually active parts of Bretonnia. And we haven't really discussed the Forest of Shalon, the Forest of Arden, and how they're also pretty magically charged. But Canel is, if you're looking for the sole place where that magic charge sits hard, the place that you should be interested in. It's also a place that is often described as, we hate orcs, we hate orcs, we hate orcs, because they forget about the elves that they hate. We hate orcs, we hate orcs. What about the elves? Yeah, they suck too. We hate orcs, we hate orcs. They hate orcs here. Because the massive orcal is apparently a massive orc hole. Ha ha! Where all the orcs come traipsing down. And apparently Grom the Paunch lives too if you play the Total War game, because that makes total sense. I imagine Eltharion lives in the Forest of Shalon nowadays. But long story short, because we can't spend too much time on this because of the time, Canel is the biggest province, but is not in any way, shape or form the best at anything other than producing wizards and people who are shell-shocked, maybe not literally, but almost certainly metaphorically, from the many wars that they have to suffer. It is a place that is constantly besieged from one side, the Forest of Loren, from the north, the Forest of Shalons, and the massive Orcal, and the marshes there. And thankfully, they've got Carcassonne, a bunch of fucking idiots down to the south who are willing to kill everything on their behalf sometimes. It is worth noting, though, that as you get over towards the the western edges of Canel, it all begins to calm down. And over there, it's almost bucolic. Easy valleys, nice farmlands, fairy tale castles that aren't being attacked every other day. And in many respects, it's what makes Canel what it is. It is the contrast between these surprisingly peaceful fairy tale areas with what they become as you get closer and closer to the Forest of Loren, to the Massif Orcal, to the marshes, and to the depths of these dark places that really allow these fairy tale areas to stand for what they are. Because inevitably, by next week, it'll probably be inhabited by a witch because you didn't invite them over for a party. And that's the sort of tone that Canel often has. Right, would you like to dive into the far more realistic, and it's got a duke?
Couple of quick things to note about Canels is that, A, the city itself, the city of Canels literally butts up to Athel Loren.
Like, yeah, right on it.
Right there.
It's been sacked by Orion more than once.
Yeah, it is a city that has a long history. Orion has been killed there once. Well, he's been defeated by the lady herself.
Beaten.
There is a Grail chapel. The Chapel of the Enchantress is a very, very sacred chapel that is within the city. And that is the place where Orion faced off with the lady, and then he walked away and killed himself. Because apparently she ripped him a new one or whatever it is that she did. But the people there, like Andy said, they have a very complex relationship with the Fae, because there have been times where the Fae have come to their rescue. The Wild Hunt has saved them from groups of undead, Skaven, like during the Red Pox Wars. The city of Quenelles was actually the site of a giant battle where the Wood Elves fought side by side with the Bretonnians against an absolutely titanic Skaven horde. And they won, but it was a near thing. But there's also been Wild Hunts that come in and just completely wipe out villages and kill lots of people. It depends on which Orion you're dealing with. Sometimes he ignores the people of Quenelles and goes after their enemies, or he goes up to Massive Oracle, or he runs off other places. Sometimes he'll just kill anything in his way. It's a mess. There's also, but like Andy said, the Knights, the Bretonnia roleplay book does a really poor job of dealing with this, because they should have a very complex relationship with the Fae, where some of them should fucking hate the Fae, some of them should love the Fae, and
totally.
It just depends on their unique perspective. But this place has, frankly, one of the coolest, most legendary fucking dukes in all of Bretonnia, which is Duke Thancred II. Duke Thancred, or Tancred, not Thancred. Duke Tancred is a boss. If you go by the time of Karl Franz, so if we're talking about like 2512, so like Wolfrup time, 20 years ago, he kicked the shit out of Heinrich Himmler. Himmler hates Duke Tancred. There is no being on Earth that Himmler hates more than the Duke, because he beat Himmler badly at the Battle of La Mossetal Abbey, which is a super duper duper famous battle in the history of Warhammer. It goes all the way back to like Warhammer First Edition. And he beat Himmler and Krell. But he's getting old. He's an old man. He's not a Grail Knight. He is hoping that he had 4 sons. 3 of them are dead. He's hoping his 4th one, who's been out on the Grail quest for 10 years now, will hopefully come back. The End Times, I don't think, actually resolves this, so we never get to find out what happened to his prodigal son. But he is an absolute badass who has gotten old and he's getting on in age, but he's still fighting and he's still doing his best. And he has fought with Himmler several times, and Himmler has yet to beat him. Now, in the End Times, obviously, because of the way Bretonnia gets handled, his last battle with Himmler does not go well. And he dies a rather tragic and horrible death. But Quenelles itself, really interesting land, super magically charged, incredibly magically charged. Like Andy said, a lot of witches. The Fae Enchantress visits here often. A lot of kids get taken. You got the Heraldry of the Unicorn. A lot of their damsels and prophetesses ride unicorns. Busy place. He's not a Grail Knight. It's like, all right.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. What else is there to say? Quenelles is a super fascinating war zone.
Yeah.
It's a big open area where a significant number of the great battles of Bretonnia have taken place.
Yep. They have the most alliances and also the most wars with the Fae out of any kingdom or any dukedom.
So that's our last one. ZABC?
Yep.
Sure. Let's see. Start poll. Our poll is off. Let's see where the last of our dukedoms lands.
Carlos El Oso says, when the stream started with Aquitaine and Artois, I got worried Bretonnia didn't really have that much content for a big stream. 2 hours later, I come back and the stream is still going. I'm in awe. That says more about me and Andy, I think, unfortunately, than it does about anything else.
I mean, it really does, because as I said in the beginning of the stream, Bretonnia and its dukedoms are woefully underserved. we've had 2 army lists who've managed to just repeat the same information twice,
Come on, old world, do it justice.
Yeah, please do it justice. And that pretty much said Bretonnia is made of places that you'd expect them to be. And there's lights, and there's hills, and there's valleys, and there's greenskins, and there's beastmen. And here's another place with knights and hills and valleys and beastmen. And we got a roleplay book that said, in the hills there's mines, and in the forests there's beastmen. And at the coast, there's coastal creatures and rocks. None of it was particularly useful at really understanding the deep cultural differences between each of the great dukedoms. It just basically said Bretonnia's one kingdom, while simultaneously describing the great size of the place and the different types of peoples that it comprised of, and the fact that places like Canals used to be part of a different duchy in the past, and that the barrows of this ancient duchy still lie there to this day.
There's a lot haunted of
by and are haunted by the old undead from the past. All of that sort of gets just pushed under the carpet when they're building their stories.
Yeah, there's also some really funny, like, random stuff about how whenever they've tried to establish a village in the part of the Forest of Shalons that gets into Quenelles, people, like, go there and they start setting up a settlement, and then, like, the next, like, at some random point, the sun will come up and the entire settlement has just vanished.
Yeah.
Like, it's just gone. Like, like a god came down, scooped up the soil and everything in it, and just teleported it into nothingness. And nobody knows what the fuck happened. And it's really spooky. Because it wasn't going burned down. It was like it was never there.
How's it going on time?
We've got about 10, 15 more seconds.
Okay, cool. Just double checking. My conclusion from all of this as we're heading towards the end is that Bretonnia, when it got repitched in 5th, was interesting. Got updated in 6th, was pretty decent. And it was really getting ready to soar into something unique and interesting. And it's just been forgotten. And the roleplay game, the book that we got for it, just did not do it justice. There were some good bits, but there were some really bad bits. And there were some bits that are just pages of stuff that are largely empty. They didn't tell you anything unique and interesting. You couldn't have just figured out yourself because, it's a mountain. So what does it have? Oh, mountaineers. Right, got you. Okay. And is there mines? Yes, there's mines. Right, gotcha.
Time.
There wasn't anything that really just gave it the detail it needed to feel interesting and new. That being the case, as we move towards our last duchy, it's a clear A for Canals, followed by Z at 31.
Twitch chat was basically 50-50, ZA.
Okay. And how about Lorebeards?
And Lorebeards, I have to refresh the page, was 44% A, 30% Z.
Now, looks like we got a clear A then.
Dude, where the fuck are we going to put it?
That's a toughie, isn't it?
I think definitely above Gisero.
Gizero's had so little done about it. Oh,
I think I put it above Brion.
You say that, but
maybe. That's hard.
The Demoulier come from Canal, so the Demoulier are the hedge witches that Tablam and I wrote about in the LAWhammer one, and he's just paid $50 to bring it up to Z. So Canal is Z tier.
That's easy.
Oh, Tablam, you cheeky guy. So if you haven't read that already, if you haven't read that already, you should go over to the LAWhammer Patreon. It's sitting up there for free. Tablam was the creator alongside me of the rather interesting faction of Hedge Witches. All the ideas are his, and they're fucking amazing. Go check it out if you haven't done so already. And he has just moved Chanel up to the top row. Some nice bits in there. I really quite liked where you landed in that one.
And that is our completed tier list, which I will right now.
What do we have?
Right now, I'll forget. I'm going to immediately share this tier list with everyone else.
Yeah, so first, thanks so much for joining us for the stream. And thanks so much for your generosity at moving things around a little bit. I think that the list that we have is... Oh, did I miss a question about Musolo? Apparently, I missed a question about Musolo. You missed the questions asked about Musolo. Can you check that for General Caster?
Just repeat it. You don't have to.
I'm looking to see if I can catch it. I'm looking to see if I can catch it just so I can find it.
General Caster,
I can't.
Just retype them in.
Yeah, just retype it back in now.
We'll catch it after
apologies there.
We'll catch it after
just slap them in now. So, yeah, was it the one about the River Grismere? So the river that goes north at the castle above the River Grismere that goes into the Arden Forest. Myself and Bloat Person, we tried to find a name for it. Let me just double check which one you mean. Okay, so we're at the River Grismere, Arden Forest. Okay, so we're looking here. So this is the one that goes into the Arden Forest? Is it that one? Yes, it is the one that goes into the Arden Forest. I don't have a name for that one at all. It's almost certainly called something really shitty like River Arden, because you tend to find that that's how Games Workshop names most of its locations. There is, however, as I recall, the Samis, is it the Samis? It also goes into the Arden from the north, so it's unlikely they did Arden twice. It's probably the Arden, but I'm just saying that without any source at all, making it up. I'm not aware of any name of it off the top of my head. Does that help? Have we got any other ones out there? Canal literally is the delicacy. No, is it this one? So what do you think of the potential for Old World to explore Maldred's Rebellion?
Extremely high. They're setting up for it.
Way up there. They're clearly setting up for it.
I would put that up 100%. They're setting up for it.
Yep, agreed. Cool. So what did we end up with? We ended up with Carcassonne at number 1. Really interesting, not where I place it. Corone number 2 seems fair. Longueuil number 3 seems fair. Canal at number 4, perhaps generous. Very generous to Blanc. Next, Bordelot. Yeah, seems pretty fair. Brion. Then Guizereau. Then Paravon, Aquitaine, Artois, Baston.
Yeah, Baston. I forgot that someone sniped Baston down to B earlier.
Yeah, Montfort, Lyonnais, Mousselon, and then Bregon right at the very bottom. That is an interesting list that's out of all the tier lists we've done. Actually, I don't think it's frightfully unfair. We have had a good opportunity, though, to take a good look through all of what Bretonnia has to offer. And I, at the end of this, don't feel that I've changed my opinion much on this. And by that, I mean, I think Bretonnia is underwritten, underserved, and just generally not in a good place as far as Warhammer locations go. Whenever a good book comes out, often from Black Library, about it, it tends to not have any characterization of Bretonnia other than the top tier of it. As in, everyone from Bretonnia is either this sort of, or just making sure that there wasn't something coming in, try to change things at the end.
You go,
there's no real feeling that any part of Bretonnia is any different to any other part of Bretonnia. And none of the books really dial down on that in any way, where if you go through the novels for the Empire, each of these locations feel different. When you take a look at the miniatures, right from the start, all the way back in 4th edition Fantasy Battle, if we take a look at the miniatures that came from Ostland, they didn't look like any other parts of the Empire. Take a look at Valmar von Raukov. That guy looks like a Mongol. He looks completely different from the rest of them. And there's a reason for that. It's because there's deep cultural differences in the Empire. And the background shows this. As you go from place to place, everywhere feels different. But in Bretonnia, it doesn't. They basically always fall back on, these are martial guys, aren't they? They're a martial society. In this part of Bretonnia, the peasants are really, really trod upon, or are really martial too, or really trod upon. It's the characters between them are really weakly defined. It would be better to say that the cities are defined as being more cosmopolitan and possibly outward thinking, and the peasantry isn't. And that's about it. Bretonnia is so much better than this.
Bretonnia needs some loving.
It really needs some loving. And in some regards, one of the reasons that it is so weakly rendered is because it only started to get rendered by 5th edition Warhammer, where the other areas got their 4th edition army lists, and the 4th edition army lists are chunky boys. Now, the first 5th edition army list was a relatively chunky boy too, but it was establishing all of the lore. So a great deal of it was core stuff that the other books sort of didn't need to cover because they were already building upon established lore that people understood. And in some respects, if you took the elves, the 3 elf books that we got from 4th into 5th were all building on each other. That's basically 3 times the story for the elves that we got. It's a sad case for poor old Bretonnia. I feel very unfortunate that we've got to this place where we're 9 editions into Warhammer, because the old world is just basically the 9th edition of the game. We're 9 editions into Warhammer, and Bretonnia is still stuck at 5th edition. Basically nothing since then, except for, there's some girls.
All right. That's all very, very fair and very, very true. And yet we somehow managed to fucking yap about it for 4.5 hours. But
yeah. 4.5 hours to basically say, yeah, we could get more. So we could have longer streams.
Donovan asks, not sure. Did you get my super chat before?
I didn't.
But we're getting it now. Whether Morgiana would visit a Shukagen born in Bretonnia.
Probably not human.
Yeah, they're dragon blooded. So I don't think she would see them as under her purview.
Yeah, I would probably say for that one, Dino Man, the answer is no. But the answer might be yes, and that can make for a really tense story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. General Caster, the peasants of Musion have accumulated their wealth to put their fair and noble duchy back in Z tier with their $2. We've
not enough, General Caster, and not enough to fight against the horde that has pushed it down to C. But thank you very much.
I love that. The peasantries have accumulated all their wealth.
I love that. It's a really good one, General.
Well, thank you all so much for watching.
It's been really good. That was awesome.
Had a great time. We always love these. We try not to do them too often because y'all go a little crazy. We need y'all to be financially responsible. So,
indeed. And also don't forget that we are doing Bertrand Le Brigand this Sunday at 4 p.m. UK time, which is in your local time, Sotek?
10 a.m.
10 a.m., which I'm really glad I'm not getting up for, because that'll be halfway through the afternoon for me, and it'll be marvelous. A nice, easy 4 p.m. UK time. Bertrand, I think it's going to be really fun because we often don't talk about the stories of Bretonnia from any lens other than the lady. And the story of Bertrand, for all, obviously, it's Bretonnia, so it's there. It's not really that. It's much more about the peasantry and different aspects of Bretonnia and how it lands. So that should be a fun sister stream for what we did over with Morgiana and obviously this one.
Yes. Also, I know I said I was going to be doing it earlier, but this week took a bit of a absolute car wreck left turn. But tonight, right now, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to be
Do we need it? So, do we need it? I think it might be better just letting the very nature of the way that the posts work in YouTube and Twitch to be the limiter. People can just post them live. So you post your opinions live that you think we're going to see as hot takes. And by the way, I'd just like to say I found my source for Caligar Dragon Tamer. I knew I had it out there somewhere. It says quite literally, he used magic to bind him to his will. I'll get to that one later.
Yeah, there's also a cool quote about the Widowmaker and how Vol accidentally, well, maybe accidentally, but Vol also bound the father of the Ulthwani dragons to the will
using
of the
it. But it's not as clear as Kalidor used magic to bind all dragons to make them think they loved elves. Dragon Tamer, god damn it! But we'll get to that one later. Yeah, anyway, that's High Elf Army List 5th edition.
Yeah, that's reasonable. All right. So
I think it's a good idea. Cool. So we'll do it that way. So if you've got any burning ideas that you think should be canon or are your head canons, or alternatively you just want to see us laugh at, get them ready. Perhaps write them up beforehand so that you can copy them from Notepad or Word or something and paste them into the chat so you've got them all ready, and we are going to rapid fire our way through them, either laughing them into the very depths of the hells or alternatively going, you know what, that's so fucking cool that we should do an entire stream about it. Maybe that's the what ifs to be. Bring all your crazy thoughts this Saturday at 4 p.m. UK.
Yep, 10 a.m. CST, and that'll be on the Lorebeard and Loremaster of Sotek channels.
Damn straight it will.
That's actually good because that means YouTube and Twitch will automatically force them to be under a certain character limit.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. I'm like, that's going to be good for reading out. Much better than long screeds of, and then this character met my best mate called Bob. You're like, no, I don't want to know about Bob. Tell me what you think about dragons. Why, dragon tamer, tame them.
All right, so we will see you all on Is LAWhammer on this week?
LAWhammer is on this week, and I'm really looking forward to it because of what happened in our stream with Mark.
Great.
Holy shit. The next episode is going to be mental. I also have a small side stream for our all access folks because we've had our first we've had our first player interaction which the other players can't see. So that one's going to be only all access because they decided to do something that no one else is allowed to see. Good times. I do like controversy.
All right. And I will make announcements about that, Hawk. Thank you. I will put that out right now.
Yeah, thanks, Hawk.
All right. See you guys later.
See you all later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.